This is Parliament Hill in Canada. In the middle is the Governor-General of Canada, the Queen's representative in Canada. To her left, the Prime Minister of Canada, Jean Chrétien, a symbol of Canada's involvement emotionally in this crisis that has struck the United States.
Please be seated.
Reverend Jane Holmes-Dixon.
President Bush, all of you who have come here this day, we want you to know that we are grateful that you have called for this service and that you have brought people to this cathedral church where people of many faiths have gathered to say to this nation and to the world that those who lost their lives, innocent lives, unspeakable tragedy, and the violence that has been committed to this nation, that those of us who are gathered here, Muslim, Jew, Christian, Sikh, Buddhist, Hindu, all people of faith, want to say to this nation and to the world that love is stronger than hate, and that love lived out in justice will in the end prevail. So we are grateful that you have come here this day, and we want you to know as you gather that this is indeed a house of prayer for all people. So we hope that you will let this be a container for your grief. But in addition to that, we want you to know that the light that burns here, the light of love, the light of justice, the light of hope, shines brighter than any light in the world. So come often, pray to God here, and let us be united that we will make that message of love the message that the world needs to hear in this time of great tragedy. President Bush has asked that later in this service there will be an offering for those organizations and institutions that are reaching out to those lives who have been rent apart by this tragedy. So I'm not ashamed to say to you today, be generous in that, because there are many who will need our care in the days ahead. Thank you, Mr. President, and welcome to all of you to the Cathedral Church of St. Peter and Paul, the National Cathedral, and most importantly, a house of prayer for all people.
Church, and she's now going to be succeeded by the very Reverend Nathan D. Baxter, who is the Dean of the Washington National Cathedral. We talked to him a little earlier today, and he said we must respond with justice, not revenge.
When ancient Israel suffered the excruciating pain and tragedy of militant aggression and destruction, God said to them through the prophet Jeremiah, "A voice is heard in Ramah, lamenting and bitter weeping. Rachel is weeping for her children, and she refuses to be comforted because they are no more. Today we gather to be reassured that God hears the lamenting and bitter weeping of Mother America, because so many of her children are no more. Let us now seek that assurance in prayer for the healing of our grief-stricken hearts, for the souls and sacred memory of those who have been lost. Let us also pray for divine wisdom as our leaders consider the necessary actions for national security. Wisdom of the grace of God, that as we act, we not become the evil we deplore. Let us stand and pray together. God of Abraham, Mohammed, and Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, we are today a people of heavy and distraught hearts. The evil hand of hate and cowardly aggression, which has devastated the innocent in many other lands, has visited America this week, and too many of her children are no more. But we know you are not the God of hate or cowardice, but of courage and of justice. So we gather this day asking that you provide us healing as a nation. Heal our grief, soothe our suffering hearts, save us from blind vengeance, from random prejudice, and from crippling fear. Guide our leaders, especially George, our president. Let the deep faith that he and they share guide them in the momentous decisions they must make for our national security. We also thank you for the courage of flight crews and passengers in the face of certain death. We thank you for brave volunteers, police, and emergency workers who labor tirelessly even as we pray. We thank you for the outpouring of generosity by businesses, unions, agencies, spiritual communities, and individual citizens. Yes, Lord, your Spirit is at work. So grant us wisdom, grant us courage, grant us peace for the facing of this hour. Amen.
Nathan Baxter, the dean of this great cathedral, which has seen so many national events. And now the American mezzo-soprano Denise Graves, joined by her husband this morning, who together, we are told, will present America the Beautiful.
Oh, beautiful.
Denise Graves, native of Washington, and her husband David. Yes, Mr. President, some voice. Dr. Muzammil Siddiqui will be one of the early speakers. Here now, the President of the Islamic Society of the United States will be the first of the leaders, so we are told, to speak. Dr. Muzammil Siddiqui.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala jami'il anbiya'i wal mursaleen. In the name of God, the most merciful, the compassionate. Lord, you said, and your words are true, if any do seek for glory and power, to God belong all glory and power. To him mount up all words of purity. He exalts all righteous deeds, but those that lay the plots of evil, for them is a penalty terrible, and the plotting of such shall not abide. Goodness and evil are not equal. Repel the evil with the good. Then will he between whom and you was hatred become as it were your friend and intimate. But no one will be granted such goodness except those who exercise patience and restraint, none but persons of the greatest good fortune. We turn to you, our Lord, at this time of pain and grief in our nation. We see the evil of destruction and the suffering of the many of our people before our eyes. With broken and humble hearts and with tears in our eyes, we turn to you, our Lord, to give us comfort. Help us in our distress. Keep us together as people of diverse faiths, colors, and races. Keep our country strong for the sake of the good and righteousness. And protect us, our Lord, from all evil. Amen.
Muzammil Siddiqui from the Islamic Society. This is Rabbi Joshua O. Haberman, the Rabbi Emeritus of the Washington Hebrew Congregation.
The author of the Book of Lamentations wrote his poem after he saw the dreadful destruction of his beloved city of Jerusalem. But he did not only lament, he also spoke words of faith and hope for restoration. As we read these lines, we as Americans reaffirm our faith and our hope that security and peace will be fully restored in our country. The steadfast love of the Lord never ceases. His mercies never come to an end. They are new every morning. Great is thy faithfulness. The Lord is my portion, says my soul. Therefore I will hope in him. The Lord is good to those who wait for him, to the soul that seeks him. It is good that one should wait quietly for the salvation of the Lord. For the Lord will not cast off forever, But though he cause grief, he will have compassion according to the abundance of his steadfast love, for he does not willingly afflict or grieve anyone.
Joshua Haberman, the Rabbi Emeritus of the Washington Hebrew Congregation. The point here, of course, of this national presidential prayer service is to represent to the country and the world the ecumenical coming together in a time of crisis. The cathedral's chorus is boys and girls. Herbie John Caldwell from the Windsor Village St. John's United Methodist Church in Houston, a native of Houston and a close friend of the president.
Hear these words recorded by the Apostle Paul, taken from the book of 2 Corinthians. So we do not lose heart. Even though our outer nature is wasting away, our inner nature is being renewed day by day. For this slight momentary affliction is preparing us for an eternal weight of glory beyond all measure. Because we look not at what can be seen, but at what cannot be seen. For what can be seen is temporary, but what cannot be seen is eternal. For we know that if the earthly tent that we live in is destroyed, we have a building from God, a house not made with hands of men, eternal in the heavens. For in this tent we groan, longing to be clothed with our heavenly dwelling, if indeed when we have taken it off, we will not be found naked. For while we are still in this tent, we groan under our burden, because we wish not to be unclothed, but to be further clothed, so that what is mortal may be swallowed up by life. He who has prepared us for this very thing is God, who has given us the Spirit as a guarantee. So we are always confident. Even though we know that while we are at home in the body, we are away from the Lord. For we walk by faith, not by sight. Yes, we do have confidence, and we would rather be away from the body and at home with the Lord. So whether we are at home or away, we make it our aim to please the Lord. May the Lord add a blessing to the reading, hearing, and receiving of his written word. May his written word comfort and console all bereaved persons. Amen.
The hymn, "A Mighty Fortress is Our God."
Lord be with you.
Cardinal.
A reading from the Gospel according to St. Matthew. Then Jesus began to speak, and he taught them, saying, "Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the earth. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they will be filled. Blessed are the merciful, for they will receive mercy. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they will see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called children of God. Blessed are those who are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are you when people revile you and persecute you and utter all kinds of evil against you falsely on my account. Rejoice and be glad, for your reward is great in heaven." This is the gospel of the Lord.
Cardinal Theodore McCarrick, the Archbishop of Washington, and a New Yorker, whose nephew, the fireman Michael Lynch of the New York Fire Department, is still missing in the wreckage of the World Trade Towers. And Dr. Billy Graham. We said he was frail, at least in body. He is. He's 82 years old, but no man has preached the gospel to more people in more live audiences than anyone else in history. To the best of our knowledge, more than 200 million people in 185 countries have heard Dr. Graham, and the country wishes clearly to hear this man today who has been such a friend of so many presidents.
President and Mrs. Bush, I want to say a personal word on behalf of many people. Thank you, Mr. President, for calling this day of prayer and remembrance. We needed it at this time. We come together today to reaffirm our conviction that God cares for us. Whatever our ethnic, religious, or political background may be, the Bible says that He's the God of all comfort, who comforts us in our troubles. No matter how hard we try, words simply cannot express the horror, the shock, and the revulsion we all feel over what took place in this nation on Tuesday morning. September 11 will go down in our history as a day to remember. Today we say to those who masterminded this cruel plot and to those who carried it out that the spirit of this nation will not be defeated by their twisted and diabolical schemes. Someday, those responsible will be brought to justice, as President Bush and our Congress have so forcefully stated. But today, we especially come together in this service to confess our need of God. We've always needed God from the very beginning of this nation. But today we need Him especially. We're facing a new kind of enemy. We're involved in a new kind of warfare, and we need the help of the Spirit of God. The Bible words are our hope. God is our refuge and strength, an ever-present help in trouble. Therefore we will not fear, though the earth give way and the mountains fall into the heart of the sea. But how do we understand something like this? Why does God allow evil like this to take place? Perhaps that is what you are asking now. You may even be angry at God. I want to assure you that God understands these feelings that you may have. We've seen so much on our television, heard on our radio, stories that bring tears to our eyes and make us all feel a sense of anger. But God can be trusted. even when life seems at its darkest. But what are some of the lessons we can learn? First, we're reminded of the mystery and reality of evil. I've been asked hundreds of times in my life why God allows tragedy and suffering. I have to confess that I really do not know the answer, totally, even to my own satisfaction. I have to accept by faith that God is sovereign, and he's a God of love and mercy and compassion in the midst of suffering. The Bible says that God is not the author of evil. It speaks of evil as a mystery. In 1 Thessalonians 2:7, it talks about the mystery of iniquity. The Old Testament prophet Jeremiah said, "The heart is deceitful above all things and beyond cure. Who can understand it?" He asked that question, who can understand it? And that's one reason we each need God in our lives. The lesson of this event is not only about the mystery of iniquity and evil, but secondly, it's a lesson about our need for each other. What an example New York and Washington have been to the world these past few days. None of us will ever forget the pictures of our courageous firefighters and police, many of whom have lost friends and colleagues, or the hundreds of people attending or standing patiently in line to donate blood. A tragedy like this could have torn our country apart, but instead it has united us and we've become a family. So those perpetrators who took this on to tear us apart, it has worked the other way. It's backlash. It's backfired. We are more united than ever before. I think this was exemplified in a very moving way when the members of our Congress stood shoulder to shoulder the other day and sang, "God Bless America." Finally, difficult as it may be for us to see right now, this event can give a message of hope. Hope for the present and hope for the future. Yes, there is hope. There's hope for the present because I believe the stage has already been set for a new spirit in our nation. One of the things we desperately need is a spiritual renewal in this country. We need a spiritual revival in America. And God has told us in his word time after time that we're to repent of our sins and we're turned to him and he will bless us in a new way. But there's also hope for the future because of God's promises. As a Christian, I have hope not just for this life, but for heaven and the life to come. And many of those people who died this past week are in heaven right now, and they wouldn't want to come back. It's so glorious and so wonderful, and that's the hope for all of us who put our faith in God. I pray that you will have this hope in your heart. This event reminds us of the brevity and the uncertainty of life. We never know when we too will be called into eternity. I doubt if even one of those people who got on those planes or walked into the World Trade Center or the Pentagon last Tuesday morning thought it would be the last day of their lives. It didn't occur to them. And that's why each of us needs to face our own spiritual need and commit ourselves to God and his will now. Here in this majestic National Cathedral, we see all around us symbols of the cross. For the Christian, I'm speaking for the Christian now, the cross tells us that God understands our sin and our suffering. For he took upon himself, in the person of Jesus Christ, our sins and our suffering. And from the cross, God declares, "I love you. I know the heartaches and the sorrows and the pains that you feel, but I love you." The story does not end with the cross. For Easter points us beyond the tragedy of the cross to the empty tomb. It tells us that there is hope for eternal life, for Christ has conquered evil and death and hell. Yes, there's hope. I've become an old man now, and I've preached all over the world. And the older I get, the more I cling to that hope that I started with many years ago and began and proclaimed it in many languages to many parts of the world. Several years ago, at the National Prayer Breakfast here in Washington, Ambassador Andrew Young, who had just gone through the tragic death of his wife, closed his talk with a quote from the old hymn, "How Firm a Foundation." We all watched in horror as planes crashed into the steel and glass of the World Trade Center. Those majestic towers built on solid foundations were examples of the prosperity and creativity of America. When damaged, those buildings eventually plummeted to the ground, imploding it upon themselves. Yet underneath the debris is a foundation that was not destroyed. Therein lies the truth of that old hymn that Andrew Young quoted. How firm a foundation. Yes, our nation has been attacked, buildings destroyed, lives lost. But now we have a choice, whether to implode and disintegrate emotionally and spiritually as a people and a nation, or whether we choose to become stronger through all of this struggle to rebuild on a solid foundation. And I believe that we're in the process of starting to rebuild on that foundation. That foundation is our trust in God. That's what this service is all about. And in that faith, we have the strength to endure something as difficult and horrendous as what we've experienced this week. This has been a terrible week with many tears, but also has been a week of great faith. Churches all across the country have called prayer meetings, and today is a day that they're celebrating not only in this country, but in many parts of the world. And in the words of that familiar hymn that Andrew Young quoted, it says, "Fear not, I'm with thee. Oh, be not dismayed, for I am thy God, and will give thee aid. I'll strengthen thee, help thee, and cause thee to stand upon thy righteous omnipotent hand." My prayer today is that we will feel the loving arms of God wrapped around us, and will know in our hearts that he will never forsake us as we trust in him. We also know that God is going to give wisdom and courage and strength to the president and those around him. And this is going to be a day that we will remember as a day of victory. May God bless you all.
Dr. Billy Graham, who, as I said, has been so important on so many occasions in the national life, wrestling today with that eternal question he is asked so often: why does God allow evil? A question many people may have asked in America this week. And he said he's never known to his full personal satisfaction. He quoted there from St. Paul's letter to the Thessalonians, an early community of Christians in the first century, explaining that God can be trusted when life is darkest. Dr. Graham giving a round of applause as he says that the stage is set for a new spiritualism in America, and the nation can now choose to be stronger as a result of this. Once again, the mezzo-soprano, Denise Graves. The Lord's Prayer. Once again, Kirby John Caldwell from the Windsor Village St. John's United Methodist Churches in Houston.
We make an offering this day that will be used for charities that are serving the relief efforts,
Dean Baxter.
seeking the victims, reclaiming the bodies, and ministering to those who are suffering, as well as supporting those who are serving and ministering at this time. I say to those of you that are at home here in our nation and beyond, endeavor to join us by today making a contribution to a charity in support of this great effort. Let us bring offerings as we enter into the courts of God.
That, of course, is Dean Baxter, the Dean of the Cathedral. Pastor Caldwell is going to offer the prayer for leadership. I cannot recall a national occasion before when we have had an offering But it was called for by the Bishop of Washington, Jane Holmes Dixon, because she, as Dean Baxter has just explained, believed that this was an occasion for people in the national establishment to be generous to the families of those people who have suffered the most grievous losses in this tragedy which has befallen the whole country. And she said at the beginning, with a smile on her face, which this congregation appreciated, be generous. The message from everybody, of course, has been the same. The president is going to speak in just a moment, but Bishop Dixon and Dean Baxter have all said, love is stronger than hate. And that, Bishop Dixon has said, what the members of this cathedral and those gathered to there want the members of that congregation and the country to know, that the light of hope in the country is bright. Dean Baxter said that we hear bitter weeping and lamentation in Mother America, but we pray for wisdom for those in leadership and as counsel for all those with such heavy and distraught hearts. Muazzam el-Siddiqui, the Islamic representative, said this morning that good and evil are not equal, and he urged patience and restraint. Rabbi Haberman reaffirmed his faith and said that security will be reestablished in our land. Pastor Caldwell said that we groan under our burden, and Cardinal McCarrick, quoting from the Bible, could not but help remind many people in the country, though he said nothing about it, that his nephew is still missing in the ruins of the trade tower. And Billy Graham said, I'm an old man now, and he is 82, but the older I get, he said, the more I cling to hope. The nation, Dr. Graham said, can now choose to be stronger as a result of this.
Let us assume an attitude of prayer, please. Almighty God, the supply and supplier of comfort and confidence. We pause now to thank you for our leaders. We pause now to thank you for all of our leaders, the seen and the unseen, the known and the unknown, those who have led in the limelight and those who have led in the shadows. Bless them and keep them and equip them to do your work. Your word tells us that if we humble ourselves before you and pray and seek your face and turn from our wicked ways, then you will forgive our sins and heal our land. So, O Lord, as our leaders humble themselves and pray and seek your face and turn, use them to perform and perfect your primary will for this nation, for our allies, and for the entire world. Respecting persons of all faiths and traditions, I humbly submit this prayer in the name of Jesus the Christ. Amen. Hear these words of comfort and confidence from the psalmist David, taken from Psalm 27. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? The Lord is the stronghold of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid? When evildoers assail me to devour my flesh, my adversaries and my foes, they shall stumble and fall. Though an army encamp against me, my heart shall not fear. Though war arise up against me, yet I will be confident. I would have lost heart unless I had believed that I would see the goodness of the Lord in the land of the living. Wait for the Lord. Be strong and let your heart take courage. Wait, I say, on the Lord. May the Lord bless the reading of his word. Amen.
Pastor Caldwell's prayer for leadership. And now the president. We can only imagine his burden. The country shares surely the several prayers for him and his leadership to lead the nation out of this crisis, out, one might say, on this occasion, of this valley of evil.
We are here in the middle hour of our grief. So many have suffered so great a loss, and today we express our nation's sorrow. We come before God to pray for the missing and the dead, and for those who love them. On Tuesday, our country was attacked with deliberate and massive cruelty. We have seen the images of fire and ashes and bent steel. Now come the names, the list of casualties we are only beginning to read. They are the names of men and women who began their day at a desk or in an airport, busy with life. They are the names of people who faced death and in their last moments called home to say, "Be brave, and I love you." They are the names of passengers who defied their murderers and prevented the murder of others on the ground. They are the names of men and women who wore the uniform of the United States and died at their posts. They are the names of rescuers, the ones whom death found running up the stairs and into the fires to help others. We will read all these names. We will linger over them and learn their stories, and many Americans will weep. To the children and parents and spouses and families and friends of the lost, we offer the deepest sympathy of the nation. And I assure you, you are not alone. Just 3 days removed from these events, Americans do not yet have the distance of history. But our responsibility to history is already clear: to answer these attacks and rid the world of evil. War has been waged against us by stealth and deceit and murder. This nation is peaceful, but fierce when stirred to anger. This conflict was begun on the timing and terms of others. It will end in a way and at an hour of our choosing. Our purpose as a nation is firm, yet our wounds as a people are recent and unhealed and lead us to pray. In many of our prayers this week, there's a searching and an honesty. At St. Patrick's Cathedral in New York on Tuesday, a woman said, "I prayed to God to give us a sign that He's still here." Others have prayed for the same, searching hospital to hospital, carrying pictures of those still missing. God's signs are not always the ones we look for. We learn in tragedy that His purposes are not always our own. Yet the prayers of private suffering, whether in our homes or in this great cathedral, are known and heard and understood. There are prayers that help us last through the day or endure the night. There are prayers of friends and strangers that give us strength for the journey. And there are prayers that yield our will to a will greater than our own. This world He created is of moral design. Grief and tragedy and hatred are only for a time. Goodness, remembrance, and love have no end. And the Lord of life holds all who die and all who mourn. It is said that adversity introduces us to ourselves. This is true of a nation as well. In this trial, we have been reminded, and the world has seen, that our fellow Americans are generous and kind, resourceful and brave. We see our national character in rescuers working past exhaustion, in long lines of blood donors, in thousands of citizens who have asked to work and serve in any way possible. And we have seen our national character in eloquent acts of sacrifice. Inside the World Trade Center, one man who could have saved himself stayed until the end at the side of his quadriplegic friend. A beloved priest died giving the last rites to a firefighter. 2 office workers finding a disabled stranger carried her down 68 floors to safety. A group of men drove through the night from Dallas to Washington to bring skin grafts for burn victims. In these acts and many others, Americans showed a deep commitment to one another and an abiding love for our country. Today we feel what Franklin Roosevelt called the warm courage of national unity. This is a unity of every faith and every background. It has joined together political parties in both houses of Congress. It is evident in services of prayer and candlelight vigils and American flags, which are displayed in pride and wave in defiance. Our unity is a kinship of grief and a steadfast resolve to prevail against our enemies. And this unity against terror is now extending across the world. America is a nation full of good fortune, with so much to be grateful for. But we are not spared from suffering. In every generation, the world has produced enemies of human freedom. They have attacked America because we are freedom's home and defender. And the commitment of our fathers is now the calling of our time. On this National Day of Prayer and Remembrance, we ask Almighty God to watch over our nation and grant us patience and resolve in all that is to come. We pray that He will comfort and console those who now walk in sorrow. We thank Him for each life we now must mourn and the promise of a life to come. As we've been assured, neither death, nor life, nor angels, nor principalities, nor powers, nor things present, nor things to come, nor height, nor depth can separate us from God's love. May He bless the souls of the departed. May He comfort our own. And may He always guide our country. God bless America.
The sea chanters from the Navy. Recital Hymn of the Republic.
Let us pray. O God, whose days are without end and whose mercies cannot be numbered, grant to us and to all who are bereaved the spirit of faith and courage, that we may have strength to meet the days to come with steadfastness and patience, not sorrowing as those without hope, but in thankful remembrance of your great goodness, and in the joyful expectation of eternal life with those we love. These things we ask in your most holy name. Amen.
Go forth now into the world in peace. Be of good courage. Hold fast to that which is good. Render to no one evil for evil. Strengthen the faint-hearted. Support the weak. Help the afflicted. Honor everyone. Love and serve the Lord. And now the peace of God Almighty be with you this day and forevermore. The God who created you, the God who liberates you, and the God who stays with you for this day and for eternity. Amen. Amen.
As the colors are removed from the National Cathedral, this national prayer service is now over. And in this great national cathedral, the foundation stone of which was laid by President Roosevelt in 1907, to which every president since has come to attend service or visit and often talk to the nation. The political and military establishment of the country returns to its work. One might even say its duty. As the President said, people here, and those of us who participated in this manner have come before God to pray for the missing and those who love them. First, President Bush said the destruction, and now the names. This is, he said, a peaceful nation, but fierce when stirred. It is written, he said, that adversity introduces us to ourselves. And it is true of a nation. And in considerable measure, we have seen the nation here today. Here and in other churches across the country, and at any number of spontaneous vigils from New York City to Washington to, one would guess, almost every city and town in the country. The country has participated in what President Roosevelt said, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, quoted by the President today. as the warm courage of national unity. President saying goodbye, and thank you to his opponent in the last election campaign, or one of them, Joe Lieberman, still a senator. President Clinton came with his Vice President Al Gore, was joined by his wife, Senator Clinton, and leaves with his daughter, former President Carter. Deeply committed and spiritual man. Former President Ford and Mrs. Ford came from Colorado. The outgoing chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Colin Powell, the Secretary of State. The Senate Majority Leader, Trent Lott. Sorry, the Senate Republican Leader in the Senate, Trent Lott. Former President Clinton and Mrs. Bush Sr. Former President Clinton and former President Bush. Speaker of the House, Dennis Hastert. President Clinton and the Republican leader in the Senate, Trent Lott. Presence of former President Clinton and, of course, President Bush today, reminding us how important it is to the nation as a whole, and always has been, that the president be such a healing factor for the nation. Former President Clinton at the time of the Oklahoma City tragedy. President Bush today. Senator Robert Dole and former President Clinton. This focus on former President Clinton at the moment is a reminder as he says hello to the former Secretary of Defense, former Senator Cohen, that the former President and Mrs. Cohen of a couple of things. First, the former President has not had much opportunity to interact with the establishment in Washington, including the wife of Alan Greenspan, Andrea Mitchell, a colleague of ours at NBC, behind her with glasses, familiar figure of Alan Greenspan, the chairman of the Federal Reserve Board. And at the risk of misjudging this, the former president, gives the impression, at least, that he is, for the moment, reluctant to leave. Of one thing we are certain, the Secret Service would not have allowed President Bush to linger under the current circumstances. And the President, in his motorcade, is already on his way back to the White House. Before this day is over, the President, the current President, will be here in New York City, which is eager to welcome him. The police commissioner here in New York today and his staff have been assured by the White House that the president will come with as few people as possible. It'll be very difficult because under any circumstances a president travels heavy. And under these circumstances, though the White House has expressed its desire to travel lean, given the circumstances in New York City, we shall see. But in downtown New York today, they have been quite successful in clearing passages, not simply for the president, of course, but for the relief workers and the trucks that come and go through the night with tons and tons and tons of rubble. Much of it being removed minute by minute, hour by hour, and delivered to the banks of the Hudson River, in many cases put on barges. So the president will have easy access to New York today, as difficult as it is for many citizens to move around. But the city is opening up. And this reminder of the evil which was done to the nation today, of which so many people spoke during this national service at the National Cathedral, is almost, in terms of the rest of the city, physically now in isolation and surrounded by a wide and deep perimeter, not just of security, but of barriers that people can cross spiritually time and time again, but is pretty much empty of people today unless they have any immediate business in the search and hopefully rescue operation. There is not a relief worker or an official down there today who is optimistic about finding people, but we remind you, as we have so many times, that in circumstances where buildings have fallen like this, there is always some hope for days and even, as we have seen in the past, for weeks to come. Let's take a look at how the rest of the country observed this, because the rest of the country was indeed observing this National Day of Prayer and Remembrance, even as it was celebrated at the National Cathedral in Washington. There was a moment of silence in Pittsburgh. Similarly at Fountain Square in Cincinnati. At St. Patrick's Cathedral in New York City, there is a continuous stream of people. The president told the story about a woman at St. Patrick's Cathedral there who had prayed that God give a sign that he was alive, that he was present in people's lives. St. James Episcopal Church in Chicago. I'm sorry, I do not know what the one was just before that. On Parliament Hill in Canada, the national anthem of the United States. That was about neighbors. Similar scenes were repeated, by the way, comparable to the one or similar to the one that you've just had a glimpse of in Ottawa, the Canadian capital. All over Europe today, and many of you will remember, we've showed it a couple of times, and we will undoubtedly again. The band of Her Majesty's Coldstream Guards in London at the changing of the guard yesterday, playing the national anthem. Time for some observations. George Stephanopoulos.
Well, it's hard to look at that and not think about a nation and a world coming together. And that was part of the purpose of today's ceremony. But Peter, what struck me about the ceremony today is that there was so much to do in it. You know, you heard the initial prayers, and they were really great calls for tolerance and temperance. You know, you saw Dean Baxter talk about patience and restraint. But it was also pretty clear, to me at least, as you listen to the prayers and listen to the president speak, that this was also the power structure, the establishment of the country, preparing itself and the country for war. And I thought that the most striking parts of the president's remarks were when he said, we have a responsibility to history. And it's clear to answer these attacks. War has been waged against us, and we must end it at a way and an hour of our choosing. And this service was about comfort, was about condolence. It was telling the country to reach out to your neighbors and to take care of those who are trying to recover from this, but it was also telling the country that we have a long struggle ahead. That's interesting. Other than that one line of the president, and the other in which he said, this is a peaceful nation, but when stirred, fierce. I didn't get that impression today, but people look at these things with different eyes. But I take your point that it's essential for the president to be balanced in some respect between the nation's respective emotions at the moment, or individual in the nation's respective emotions at the moment, some of which
as we heard so much today, are to respond with justice and not revenge, but there are clearly people in the country who believe that the United States must revenge this act on the country.
Well, yeah, must have retaliation, but make sure it is an act of justice, not an act of anger.
Right. Good point. Terry Moran, our senior White House correspondent.
Well, Peter, first a meteorological note. When we last spoke, there was pouring rain here, a cold, driving downpour coming out of a very dark sky. And the storm has passed over us and the skies have brightened. I was struck as well as you were by the president quoting President Roosevelt, talking about the warm courage of national unity. One of the purposes, as George Stephanopoulos rightly points out, of certainly the president's remarks was not only to comfort the nation in its grief, but to prepare it. And it seemed to me he did so by trying to summon the martial tradition of a nation that is not by its nature very military. He talked about the commitment of our fathers is now the calling of our time, almost as if he had his own father's heroic service in World War II in mind. And that is certainly part of the task, given what we are being told by senior administration officials about the duration and the intensity of the response that this administration, this government is planning to these attacks.
Terry and George both, Terry particularly, before we turn to the more practical business of the investigation and the country's response to all this. We all know in the country that the president is deeply committed to his own Christian faith. And I wonder, Terry, whether you believe that he will be deeply comforted by this particular service this morning.
Peter, there's no question about that. Many presidents, of course, have been deeply devout men. As you noted, Jimmy Carter was here. President Lincoln said it was a job that had driven him to his knees every day at another time of national crisis. And this is a president who is not embarrassed at all about the depth of his faith. He has a very simple and straightforward, uncomplicated, and profound faith. And this service will undoubtedly comfort him. It is one of the reasons he was, we are told, involved in helping to prepare it.
Okay, Terry, many thanks. We're going to give you a breather for just a moment, and we will begin to turn slowly back to the practical matters of search and rescue and investigation. But bear in mind, this is a national day of prayer and remembrance. And so as we turn, not full-time by any means, to these practical matters of governing, all across the country, people are involved in services and vigils of prayer and remembrance, and I think it is clear to everybody in the country, certainly anybody who's watched that service at the National Cathedral, who has participated in a small, intimate vigil in the country, has a very clear understanding of how deeply ingrained in so many people at the moment is the spirit of this, the spirit of the country, and in many, 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 many people, the spirit of their own religion or spiritual faith. John McCarthy at the Pentagon, would you just help us turn the corner here and bring us up to date?
Peter, while that ceremony was going on, there were some simultaneous memorial services going on here at the Pentagon. At the same time, there was a briefing to tell us about the structural integrity of the building. Now, 2/3 of the building is occupied and working again. Don Rumsfeld was at the ceremony. He has begun every day since the attack on the Pentagon by going out there before the sun has come up, almost a tonic, an elixir for him to remind him of what it's all about at its most basic level. I am told that he and other military leaders have begun the process of figuring out how the United States can begin this war. I guess you're going to have to call it that. All sorts of things have begun, from the movement of fuel to a remote island in the middle of the Indian Ocean, Diego Garcia, from which the U.S. has launched strikes in South Asia before, to turning aircraft carriers around and positioning them. Not that anything is going to happen right away, Peter, but you can begin to feel the traction of the military beginning to go about the business of getting itself ready to do some serious damage halfway around the world.
I don't want to presume anything, John, but when they begin to move towards the Indian Ocean, it tends to reinforce the focus that the administration and the military establishment, not to mention the public, perhaps in response, has been giving to Osama bin Laden.
There is a presumption, which is premature at this point, to point the finger at him. The evidence at this point does stack in that direction, but they are quick to say they don't know yet, but you have to prepare. It takes a long time to do this kind of preparation, and that's the direction they're headed.
The identification of a source for this terror, let me go to Terry Moran, if I may. Is Terry still with us?
Yeah, Peter.
Terry, let me just turn to you for a second, because ultimately the decision to involve the public and inform the public as who was responsible for this will be ultimately a political decision, not a military decision. And does one get the impression from the establishment today, from the administration particularly, that it's coming,
The identification of who is responsible for the attacks on Tuesday?
Precisely.
Not from the White House, but we have heard from another administration official, not in the White House, that the administration is very close to naming Osama bin Laden as the perpetrator of these attacks.
Okay, thanks, Terry. The Justice Department has added one more number, not a name to the best of our knowledge yet, but perhaps a name in their case to the list of hijackers. They now believe that the hijackers and terrorists on board the 4 aircraft which perished was 19, not 18. And in time, we will have our business affairs and economics correspondent here to tell us in detail about the business of the country and the process by which the country arrives at a much more normal state. But the government did release some key economic figures today, and they were all compiled, of course, before these attacks occurred. But it's certainly worth having them at the moment. Wholesale prices rose 0.4% in August. That was higher than expected, led by sharply higher prices in gasoline. The retail sales for August rose 0.3%. And that is actually slightly better in the retail sector than the government had expected. At the same time, industrial production in the country fell 0.8% in August. Economists had actually expected a decline of about 0.2%. And this now marks the 11th straight monthly decline in industrial production. Stock markets in Asia, we'll come to the stock market here in a moment and the future of the New York and American stock exchanges, but the stock markets in Asia have closed slightly lower on Friday, because it's late on Friday and already into Saturday in Asia, on general issues of uncertainty about what is going to happen when the markets are fully up and running here on Monday. The U.S. bond market, there's been a lot of talk about bonds in the last couple of days and the strength of bonds in the country. The U.S. bond market was higher in early trading, and the dollar is showing pretty strongly against foreign currencies in some respects, but overall is down against foreign currencies today, partly in response, so the analysts tell us, as a result of the defiance by the Taliban in Afghanistan. We'll get somebody to figure that out in a more precise way. Now, this nation's stock market exchange remained closed for the 4th straight day in a row. On Saturday here in New York, there are going to be some trading simulations done, and ABC's Betsy Stark, our business and economics editor, is not here at the moment because one of the things she's doing is taking a look at the New York Stock Exchange to see what kind of shape they are in. They're making an assessment now. They'll do some simulations over the weekend because, as one of the country CEOs told us yesterday, I believe, that one of the important things about getting up and running again is having the ability to close transactions and to guarantee that transactions are actually made. The New York Stock Exchange was not physically damaged in this attack, but the 3,000 people who work in the exchange have had their lives completely discombobulated, and the American Stock Exchange says its trading floor is unusable. So when the American exchange opens, they are going to see their operations, at least temporarily, absorbed physically at least, into the environment of the New York Exchange. Most NASDAQ trading, I think you all know, is done electronically, so there is far less of an issue for the NASDAQ. Many trading firms, of course, every time we look at downtown New York today, once we've stopped thinking about the human tragedy in all this, we're reminded of what this has done in large measure to the nation's financial services. And many of the trading firms have had to move their offices to other locations outside of Manhattan. Approximately 20% of the downtown Manhattan commercial office space, we're talking about more than 15, almost 16 million square feet, was destroyed by the attack on the Twin Towers alone. And another 12 million square feet has been destroyed in this bombing on the Twin Towers. That's a sort of general look at the moment. At the markets and the general financial situation. The Treasury Secretary said yesterday, putting on the very best face of it, from the administration's point of view, that the economy was in good shape. Is not altogether correct, but that in general terms what we've seen in this week has been a financial crisis. Sorry, not a financial crisis, but a human crisis. On this National Day of Prayer and Remembrance, it is also a good time to talk about rebuilding. And with us again is Jerry Hauer, who's had time for us before, in part because while Jerry Hauer set up the Office of Emergency Management in New York City, it's gone physically, and you now have time for us, and we're very grateful for that. As you talk to your colleagues in the community, in the business community, in the city community, among contractors, among the people trying to get the city back to something, how's it going?
I think it's going very, very well, Peter. First of all, the mayor's done an incredible job. The rescue workers that are out there in horrible weather have done just magnificent work. It's very tedious work. They're getting enormous support from the private sector, cranes, crane operators, dump trucks. Everybody is pulling together. I drove down there yesterday with Secretary Thompson as we toured the site, and there were easily 1,000 people lined up along the streets applauding as the workers went through. The city is pulled together, the nation is pulled together, and things have gone smoothly considering the magnitude of this disaster.
One of the things that struck me down there this morning was that there appears to be an absence of non-professional volunteers, by which I mean there are still volunteer firefighters there from all over the country, as you pointed out. The construction industry, the construction equipment industry is participating, but it seems to be very, very precisely organized at the moment.
It is. Well, the city has incredible resources. The people organizing the operation, the fire commissioner, the police commissioner, Richie Shearer, the director of the mayor's office of emergency management, have got this thing working very smoothly. Again, considering the magnitude of the disaster, it has been orchestrated exceptionally well. And the problem is it's just going to be a slow, tedious process, and it's going to take a considerable amount of time to do the recovery effort.
Okay. Stay with us, if you would, because we've been joined by three other people to talk about rebuilding. I know it's difficult to talk about rebuilding while the nation is still focused on the search for survivors in the rubble. But I think everybody from the president on down thinks that rebuilding and the discussion and the urge to rebuild is particularly good for the national psyche. And so let's continue. We're joined by Bruce Mosler, who is the president of U.S. operations of Cushman & Wakefield, which is the largest integrated real estate company in the world. Excuse me. By Ken Lewis, who is the chairman and CEO of the Bank of America. Bank of America was the 6th largest tenant at the World Trade Center. And by Joseph Rose, who is the director of the New York Department of City Planning. Let me start with you, Mr. Rose, because you were there. First of all, thank you all very much for giving us the time. I just know how busy you all are at the moment. And Mr. Rose, just tell us how you think it's going.
Well, there is an amazing mobilization at the city, state, and federal level to deal with this crisis. We are determined, the mayor, the governor, the president are determined that this catastrophic attack not be allowed to cripple us, and that we emerge from this united and stronger than we were even at the outset.
I think everybody appreciates the determination. How's it going?
Well, it's going well. I just came back actually from being downtown, and the financial district is clean. It's being run-throughs are going on now to figure out how to bring the stock exchange back as quickly as possible. It'll be open Monday morning. We're coordinating with businesses to get people back down. We've been trying to keep people out for the last few days to focus on the rescue and recovery exercise, but we are extremely happy with how quickly we're able to bring back the financial district.
And what does it mean to run through things with the New York Stock Exchange at the moment?
Well, there are issues of power, telecommunications, access, how people are going to get down, how to do it, coordinate it in such a way that the transit systems work without at the same time impeding the rescue and recovery operation that's going on. So it's a tight space. There's a lot of activity going on down there, but it's important to us that we get everything back up and running as quickly as possible, and it's going quite well.
Is my impression from early this morning correct, that you've got mostly the volunteers are pretty much out of the operation at the moment, and what you have now is a truly professional operation, because that's what you need? Extremely professional operation with people who are trained in terms of what to do and operate according to a very rigorous chain of command, so that's a clear set of instructions, and that we're able to coordinate effectively what's going on down there. Are you concerned about any other buildings down there at the moment? Are there any which are unstable to the point of being of concern to public safety? No, there's been an extensive detailed structural analysis of all the adjoining buildings. City engineers have been detailed inspections of all the foundations, and the fact is the surrounding buildings are all in structurally good shape. There's clearly some facade issues and fears about falling glass and some issues on the facades, but the buildings structurally are sound, and we expect they'll be able to be reoccupied soon after the recovery work is completed. So there's no other building in New York City, as far as you're concerned, that is going to collapse? No, and we've the MTA has been running subways through the tunnels to check to make sure all the vibrations issues are addressed, and we're comfortable that that's all been satisfactorily addressed to make sure everything is secure. When do you think you'll get the New York subway up and fully running? Well, there are some tunnels that are still on a couple of lines that will go right through the site of the attack that are problematic, but we expect that the subway will be up and running in the next few days. Are you concerned that New York City might, it's not meant to sound as crass as it probably sounds, but are you concerned that New York City might now lose business because while so many businesses are in search of quarters at the moment, they may be tempted to move out of the city? Businesses come to this city and businesses go from the city depending on a lot of factors. Well, the fact is that happens all the time. Our scramble, we've been looking for, working for several years on how to expand the universe of office space, first-class commercial space in the city of New York, because we're at a peak both in terms of population and employment and jobs. We're very comforted that several million square feet, and I think Bruce can speak to that as well, have already in the last few days been absorbed long-term commitments. People are extremely interested, and we're working very closely and reaching out to all the businesses that have been affected by this tragedy to make sure that they're accommodating. My apologies. So what does it mean at the moment, though, that more than 20 million square feet of office space in New York City are suddenly missing? Well, it means that we need very quickly to find, these are a lot of very complex operations that need to do business immediately, and whether it's
in New York City and in surrounding areas. We need to find them office space. They are finding office space. The private sector, the New York City business community, and the partnership, the real estate board, and city and state government are working very closely to identify available space to move people into, obviously at the same time as the paramount issue of the rescue and the human tragedy here is addressed. We're also looking to identify how we can very quickly mobilize to rebuild, obviously first that approximately 15 million square feet of space that was lost, but also bring on more space, improve our infrastructure, and emerge from this attack showing clearly that if you strike at us, we will build back, and we will have even more at the end of the day than we started out with.
Okay, well, you've actually moved me to a subject. I'm going to turn to Mr. Mosler in just a second, but let me ask you your opinion first of all on this. You moved us to rebuilding quicker than I'd anticipated. The New York developer who holds the now 99-year lease on the World Trade Center, Larry Silverstein, says he is determined to rebuild the towers. Do you think that's realistic?
Well, I can't speak to the particular issue of this site. There's going to be a lot of thinking and a lot of planning that has to go on before we make those kind of determinations. And the mayor and the governor and the federal government are determined to rebuild. What we will do, and in conjunction with the owner of this property and many other owners, is rebuild major office buildings. We have many new major landmark office buildings under construction as we speak. Bear Stearns is about to move into a new building. We have the Columbus Center to the Time Warner headquarters going up at Columbus Circle. We will build major new skyscrapers, major new towers that are the symbols of New York City, and we will do so very quickly.
Okay, quickly or not, it's a long-term proposition. Let me now turn to Bruce Mosler, who is the president for U.S. operations of Cushman & Wakefield, which is the largest integrated real estate company in the world. And among other things, I know you were an advisor both to J.P. Morgan and to the Port Authority on the sale of the World Trade Center last year. What's your appraisal of the current situation of New York City?
Well, good afternoon, Peter. I think what we have seen, and we're working with many tenants who are looking for homes at the moment, both permanent and temporary, what we've seen is a tremendous resolve amongst the tenants in this city to get back to business as usual and to stay in Manhattan. As best we can guess at this moment, and remember all these figures are approximate, we think that almost 3 million square feet of space has been committed to since this crisis on a long-term basis to New York.
What does that mean?
What that means is that the notion that these firms are looking for space outside of New York or have other concerns is really not true. They're committed to coming back and doing business in New York City proper.
Of all of the destruction and all of the suffering in terms of space, I'm not talking employees here, but of all the destruction in terms of space, which company suffered the most?
Peter, I probably am not the right person to ask of that question. We just know so many suffered so extensively, and our thoughts and prayers go out to them, particularly in the World Trade Center.
So what is happening at the moment now? I mean, you've suddenly got so many people displaced. I'm talking physically now. So many people displaced, so many businesses displaced. What do they do? Where do they go?
Well, they turn to people like the Real Estate Board of New York, to the city, and to firms like ours to find alternatives. And just to put some perspective on this for you, there's approximately 28 to 30 million square feet available between downtown, Midtown South, and the rest of New York.
That is after the destruction?
That is after the destruction, that's correct. So, we're working with them to house them, both temporarily and permanently.
Everybody charging fair prices at the moment?
That's a terrific question, Peter. And the answer is that I think you'll see New Yorkers, both on the landlord side and the tenant side, committed to seeing that there's no price gouging and taking advantage of this. We've seen the exact opposite, as a matter of fact.
You're going to sit on people if they decide to gouge, right?
I think that's correct.
Mr. Mosler, the real estate board, if I can just interject, is sending out a letter today expecting, especially for the short-term space, that brokerages will forego commissions and that rents will be space will be offered at the same terms that it was before this catastrophe.
Yeah, I'm also aware, Mr. Rose, that price control, rent control, and everything else in the city is one of the most complicated issues in the history of New York man. At any rate, let me come back again, if I may, to Mr. Mosler. Mr. Mosler, is it realistic? Is it realistic to think of rebuilding the World Trade Center, this great landmark, which was, after all, built in the 1960s, and how much would it cost?
Well, again, Peter, I don't know how realistic it is at this point. I think that, as Joe pointed out, there are all kinds of issues and concerns relative to the damage that has been done, and structurally the ability to do it again is better left to engineers. But if anybody is capable of doing it, it's certainly Larry Silverstein. He's unique in that regard.
In terms of the reorganization of the business community here, and I'm not talking purely physical, plant operations and stuff like that, office. What are we looking at? A year, 2 years, 3 years, months before this begins to return to some semblance of normality?
You know, Peter, I think that New Yorkers are uniquely resilient, and I don't think we're talking years in any stretch of the imagination. I think that downtown, with people like Joe and the mayor's office who have all done such an unbelievable job, I think you'll see downtown open sooner than you think. But I think business will be back to usual relatively soon. There are all kinds of caveats to that. But I go back to what I said in the beginning. New Yorkers are extraordinarily committed to seeing that what occurred does not impede their ability to do business.
Okay. Therefore, let me turn to Ken Lewis, who's the chairman and the CEO of the Bank of America. The Bank of America was the 6th largest tenant at the World Trade Center, and I know how you have suffered, sir, and I know how your employees are suffering. Can I ask you that question about returning to business as usual?
Well, Peter, I saw the first part of your program, and I too agree that it's hard to talk about going forward and the economy and things of that nature with this tragedy of such magnitude.
I agree, sir.
I do agree also that we do need to look forward, and that's the resolve of the American people, I think. With regard to doing business, we have about 4,000 associates in New York City, 418 of whom were in the World Trade Center. And so we quickly had a backup plan as our people regrouped, and some went to Secaucus, New Jersey, and then others went to buildings that we occupied in other parts of the city. And so we were back up and running almost immediately, within a few hours after the tragedy.
Does this mean that for Bank of America, for example, the World Trade Center was not an absolutely central location?
It was not the place that had the most people. We occupy about 1.2 million square feet in New York, and this had some operational aspects to our business, but was not the biggest part of our business.
How many employees have you lost, by the way?
We have about 8 that we have not had personal contact with. We think that's going to go down to a number of 4 or 5.
What floor were you on in the World Trade Center?
Several. The tallest was the 81st or 82nd floor, and then 22nd also.
So, in terms of how some companies suffered because they were in higher floors, you've been extraordinarily lucky.
I don't want to discount the loss of 4 or 5 lives, but yes, in percentage terms, we're very lucky.
Let me ask you a question so many people have asked us. One of the things, of course, we see in the resulting turmoil all over the area around the World Trade Center, there's thousands and thousands and thousands of pieces of paper floating all over the place, which suggests somebody's records, at the very least. What happened to your records, and do you know what all those other pieces of paper are?
Well, usually there are 2 forms of data or information. One would be on paper, and then one would be through data transmission or other ways of storing it. And so you have that backup of the data transmission that's in other locations, which we did as well. So the paper was something that an individual was looking at, but the data in aggregate is in fact safe in most cases, I would guess.
As you're speaking, we're in fact looking at that absolute snowstorm of paper that, among other things, descended on the streets of New York. Is it just automatic procedure these days that every company, whether it's in New York City or Cincinnati or in Oklahoma or California, has a backup system elsewhere? I ask this question because so many people who have their personal interests in your financial hands and others are worried about their assets and their records.
Yes, 2 things. One, we do it because it's good business judgment, but we also have the added element of regulatory agencies having certain rules about us having the backup. And so we actually not only have auditors looking at it, but also regulatory bodies as well.
Mr. Lewis, Mr. Moser, and Mr. Rose, if you just pause for a second, we're going to go to Andrews Air Force Base because, I beg your pardon, well, yes it is, Andrews Air Force Base, where the President has just landed on Marine One. having gone from the National Cathedral back very briefly to the White House, and is now about to come to New York City. It was the president, as we said earlier, who was, along with his family, instrumental in organizing the shape and the form of the presidential prayer service at the National Cathedral today. And when Air Force One takes off for New York, we do not know. You can say it out loud. The president is now on his way to Andrews? Oh, I see. Okay. I see your point. All right. We're talking basically about security for the president. And even as the president went in Marine One from the White House to Andrews Air Force Base, there were a couple of F-16s in the air accompanying the helicopter. I was about to say, which we presume to be absolutely accurate under the circumstances, that when the president leaves now on Air Force One for New York, which is not a long flight, as everybody knows, he will undoubtedly have a fighter escort in the skies as well. The only leg of his journey that we know that he'd had it on absolutely prior to this, I think, was when he returned from that North American Air Defense Command base in Nebraska, where he went after Louisiana, after Florida on Tuesday. But I remember ABC's Ann Compton, who traveled with the president for that entire day, saying that it was a great shock as they looked out the window just to see the presence of fighter jets on each wing, because, as Ann said, in the 26 years, I think she said, she had been traveling off and on with presidents, she had never seen it before. I think what she may have meant at the time, I haven't spoken to her on the subject, was that she didn't see it so close before, because it was right off the wing of Air Force One, and we never know precisely what kind of military security the president gets in the sky. But as the president boards Air Force One and leaves, let me ask you first, Mr. Lewis, Chairman and CEO of Bank of America, a question to which I think the answer is pretty obvious. The president comes to New York today, and yes, it'll cause some complications on the ground, but it will be, I gather, a great lift for the community.
Absolutely, Peter. I think it's a necessary thing to do, the right thing to do, and I think it will have very, very positive psychological effects.
Many people have already raised the issue of how you finally settle into doing business as usual in New York City again. How long before Bank of America is up and running again as you were before this crisis?
Peter, we're actually up and running as we speak, and actually processed about the same number of transactions on Tuesday as we had in other days. And so we, again, you hate to use the word lucky, but we were fortunate in the sense that we did have the backup and that we could get up and running so quickly. May I add, too, that you asked the question about companies doing business in New York, and we obviously are one that does business. We have two very important businesses headquartered there, our investment banking business and our asset management and private banking business. Right. And they are very important to us. New York City was the financial capital of the world the first part of this week. It is the financial capital of the world now, and it will continue to be. And we will expand those businesses in New York. And frankly, over the next several years, we in fact would like to consolidate all of our business and build a high-rise also.
Well, I appreciate what you say, sir. I just wonder, it might say to you in return that I think we've seen in the country a good deal in the last year, that in a period of considerable downsizing in a great many companies, companies have done whatever it takes to stay competitive in the world, or what they say is stay competitive, laid off workers left, right, and center in many, many companies and industries. Isn't, in the final analysis, business going to follow the dollar and settle where it can still be competitive and make money?
That's true, but the largest reservoir of financial talent in the world is in New York City, and so we plan to tap that reservoir and stay there and grow.
Okay, thanks very much. Let me turn back to Bruce Mosler at Cushman & Wakefield. We have seen, Mr. Mosler, some companies, as I said before, just suffer dreadfully. Are there any that you know which will not be able to get up and run again because they've suffered so grievously?
Peter, I don't think so. I think that what Mr. Lewis just said is sort of consistent for all of business. I think that all of them will be up and running. All of them are recommitting to New York, and I think he put it extraordinarily well. It is the reservoir for talent that brings people here and will keep them here. No, we're not aware of any that will not be back up and running.
Mr. Mosler, I think everybody in the country now respects the spirit of New York in this crisis. But in terms of reality, are you giving us the reality of redeveloping business here, or are you giving us the reality combined with the spirit of New York, and maybe that's just the way it is?
I think we're giving you the reality, period. I think, as we said before, there's 30 million square feet of available space that can be leased. And based on what we've seen so far in terms of tenants' demand and need, I think that we'll do very well.
Well, I want to thank you all. Bruce Mosler, the President of U.S. Operations for Cushman & Wakefield, Joseph Rose, the Director of the New York Department of City Planning, and Ken Lewis, the Chairman and the CEO of Bank of America, all of whom are individually and collectively enthusiastic about the prospects of rebuilding in New York and getting on with it. As Mr. Lewis said, pretty good summation. New York was the financial capital of the world before the crisis and is the financial capital of the world after the crisis. Gentlemen, thank you very much for giving us the time at a time when I know you're all very, very busy. Just one other thing about the World Trade Center. Well, actually a couple of other things about the World Trade Center as we look at its remnants now. A good number of insurance leaders are calling for a Marshall Plan for Manhattan, part of which was approved today by the Congress in conjunction with the President's request to give New York whatever it needed to get up and running again. It is true that the New York developer who holds the lease, Larry Silverstein, for the New York Trade Center, said that his $3.2 billion lease is apparently insured against terrorism, though not against war. So goes the scuttlebutt, but he wants to build it again. And just as we look at it, before we move on to the investigation, it may be worth remembering that when the Trade Center was built, the architect who designed it, Minoru Yamasaki, said the following. A lot of New Yorkers have thought about this in the last couple of days. The World Trade Center should, because of its importance, become a living representation of man's belief in humanity, his need for individual dignity, his belief in the cooperation of men, and through his ability to find greatness. And there are a lot of people in New York City and probably in the country as a whole who believe at this moment, emotionally if not realistically, to think of the New York Trade Towers in that exact respect. My thanks again to all of those who came to help us. Now let's move on to the investigation. Pierre Thomas in New York. Pierre, in Washington, I'm sorry.
Peter, we have some new information from our producers out in Los Angeles. About an hour ago, United Flight 2, bound from Los Angeles to Dulles, armed federal agents went on board and detained 2 people. Again, that's in Los Angeles. The flight was bound from Los Angeles to Dulles. They went on board, detained 2 people, handcuffed them, and have removed them. We are seeing, again, another example of the FBI continuing to detain people that they think might somehow be involved with these particular attacks. But that's all the information we have at this particular point. The other information we have, Peter, is that about an hour ago, the Justice Department released the names of the people involved in these attacks. 19 people. And there are some interesting details if you look at the names very closely. The information released, 7 of these people, 7 of the 19 were pilots, Peter. We also are being told that of the 19, 11 were from Florida. Now, I talked to a number of sources about this information, and they're stunned at the level of sophistication. One source said the notion that you could have 4 hijackings all occur within roughly 1 hour, all occurring at 8 a.m. is stunning. And the source said that they are very, very surprised at the level of sophistication, and also the notion that all this planning could take place without the FBI or any intelligence agency having any information. The source said that it appears to be a quantum leap in the terrorist capability in the United States, Peter.
Okay, now let me just ask you one other question, Pierre, for the moment about the incidents in New York last night, which so alarmed authorities at every level here while it was going on. and then which the FBI had some rethinking about overnight as it got closer and closer to the information. What is its current status? How many people of the 10 who were arrested at LaGuardia and New York are still being held at LaGuardia and Kennedy?
Well, Peter, we think only about 3, and there's one person in particular that they still are somewhat interested in. This is the person who was a pilot. He came on board with a relative's identification. They were a little bit surprised by that. They couldn't understand that. They continued to interview him, but a source I talked to just an hour ago said that they do not think that they will be able to hold him much longer as well, Peter.
Okay, and was it the FBI that released the list of the names of those involved in the attack?
The FBI did release the names of those involved, and they're also encouraging the public by releasing those names to help them in this investigation. We're also expecting in the next few days for them to release the photographs. They've been telling us for the last 2 days that they want to release photographs, but sources are saying that they want to make certain that the photographs match the names. One of the difficulties they're having in the investigation is that these suspects use multiple identifications many times over.
You made the point exactly I was going to make, and others in the investigation. You can put those names up again if you like, have made repeatedly, that in many respects, these are all the people who were on the aircraft and where they seated. But these names may mean absolutely nothing, because, among other things, several people who have studied the Bin Laden organization have gone out using the same names, operation after operation. So it is very difficult, with the one possible exception of Muhammad Atta there, just one name from the bottom, of whom we also have photographed. He's the one that got so much attention because he'd gone to pilot school in Florida. Most of those names are not necessarily going to mean anything. They may be aliases, they may be real names, etc., etc., etc.
Absolutely, Peter.
Sorry, go ahead, Pierre.
Absolutely, you're absolutely right. One source described these people as masters of diversion, and that not only did they have many fake IDs and false IDs, that they appear to have been casing these airports for more than a year, Peter.
And all those names could indeed have been made up. But what really is interesting this morning, as the result of further investigation, is that 7 of the 19 are pilots.
That is new information, and again, one of my sources said they are stunned that there were that many people prepared to be able to fly an airline.
What has not stunned them is investigation.
Again, they are moving along methodically, trying to go forward and find out more about these people. But you're right, Peter. This has really left law enforcement with their mouths open in many ways.
Many thanks, Pierre Thomas, who covers the Justice Department in general, the FBI in particular, for us in this given week. And when Pierre mentions the fact that federal officials have gone on to another flight this morning, United Airlines Flight 2, which was scheduled to leave Los Angeles, headed for Dulles Airport outside Washington, the country is once again, as it was last night with these incidents at Kennedy and LaGuardia, put very much on edge. So there's a universality to the on-edginess. Here's ABC's Jackie Judd.
In this state of high anxiety, every person, every threat, every sighting of someone or something suspicious is treated with deadly seriousness by law enforcement. Last night, all 3 New York area airports were closed and 10 people were detained in the belief that more hijackings were possibly being launched. By today, law enforcement had dialed back. 9 of the 10 have been released. The alarm and the action taken, all very necessary, says security analyst Larry Johnson.
It underscores that at this point, if you're going to make an error, you're going to make an error on the side of bringing in innocent people as opposed to ignoring somebody who may be guilty.
Gotta go out. The hypervigilance also led to a decision to expand the security perimeter around the White House. The administration let it be known that Vice President Cheney has been spending periods of time at Camp David. Authorities across the country are being equally cautious. 4 people at the Miami airport were detained after acting suspiciously and then released. 2 passengers on a cruise line were taken into custody in Miami early this morning. There have been countless evacuations because of threats or suspicious-looking packages at the Capitol, at New York's Grand Central Station, at the Embarcadero in San Francisco, the San Diego Zoo, Miami office buildings, and many more. This extreme sense of caution will be with us, of course, for some time. Security experts say many of these measures are taken after all terrorist acts, but because Tuesday's attack was so extraordinary, so too will the aftermath. Jackie Judd, ABC News, Washington.
The Secretary of State, Colin Powell, has just begun a briefing at the State Department.
In touch with a number of officials, in addition to the cabinet meeting and the very moving memorial service that we just had up at the National Cathedral earlier in the morning. I spoke to the Foreign Minister of India, Mr. Singh, and was very pleased to receive an exceptionally strong statement of support from the Indian government, and we had heard that previously, but he confirmed it this morning. I've also had conversations with Portuguese Foreign Minister, the Saudi Foreign Minister, Moroccan, Tunisian Foreign Ministers, my colleague, Foreign Minister Tanaka of Japan. I'll be speaking to the Israeli Defense Minister in a few moments, and I have a call into the Syrian Foreign Minister. And this will continue throughout the day for me. But beyond that, we have instructed our ambassadors around the world to go in and talk to their colleagues in those capitals to let them know how serious we are about this and begin to set the stage for any other requests we might have for them with respect to what we do as we go forward. In addition, our regional assistant secretaries here in the State Department have been inviting in ambassadors resident here in Washington to discuss the situation with them and to receive any questions they may have and to pass on any guidance that we have available to them. As you know, we are waiting to hear from President Musharraf of Pakistan, and I'm quite encouraged that the Pakistani government is taking this so seriously and so deliberately, and our ambassador is waiting for a reaction from them. I might also say that I'm pleased that the actions of the Australian government in activating the ANZUS Treaty as an expression of support, and a little similar to what NATO did, but those alliances that we hold dear and have used so effectively to keep us together as friendly nations over these many years are now, seems to me, paying off as people come forward to help us. I'm also pleased that expressions of support we have received from countries such as Turkmenistan and Kazakhstan and others are coming in. I don't have all of them on my list or in my memory, and Richard Boucher will, in the course of the day, let you know who we have heard from and what kind of responses we have received from them. And let me just stop there and take a couple of questions before I have to make a phone call.
Any indications of what the Pakistan, whether you get a positive response from Pakistan? You're going to call the Syrian. Any indications yet of their position?
Yes, the Syrians, President Assad sent to President Bush a very strong letter of support in efforts against terrorism. Now, of course, we have had a mixed relationship with Syria over the years, and in the course of my conversation, hopefully this afternoon with my colleague, I'll pursue the spirit of the letter that President Assad sent to President Bush and see where that takes us.
And any indications from the Pakistanis, even though there's no final answer?
So far, I am very encouraged, but I think it's best that I do wait for a final answer.
Mr. Secretary, Indian media says that that government handed over some maps to you today of guerrilla camps and other training areas that Afghanistan is said to be using. Can you confirm that that's...
I can't confirm it. I just don't know. Richard could chase that down for you, but I can't confirm it here. It wasn't mentioned to me in my phone call at about 9 or 9:30 or 10, whenever I had, or about 10:30, I guess it was, with the Indian Foreign Minister.
Mr. Secretary, we've heard a lot, yourself and other cabinet members and officials say, as we reach out to countries and ask for help, you're either with us or you're against us. Now, of course, we hope that all countries are be with us, but if we ask for something from a country, we ask them to root out terrorism in all its forms or to provide logistical or any type of other support that we need for any eventual military response. If they decline, if they say that they won't do what the U.S. asks, what are the consequences for, quote, being against us?
I think we have to be careful as we go forward, and we intend to be. We're talking with countries that are friendly to us, and we will present requests to them and see what they are able to do within their capacity and within their political circumstances. But if we find a particular country, especially those that might be serving as a haven or as a well-known supporter of this kind of activity, and they are simply unresponsive, and we deem that unresponsiveness to be contributing to additional terrorism or to the fertile ground in which terrorism thrives, then that will certainly affect the kind of relationship we're going to have with them in the future. I am not threatening so much as I am saying this has become a new benchmark, a new way of measuring the relationship and what we can do together in the future and what kind of support we can provide to you in the future across a whole range of issues and activities.
Mr. Secretary, the last 2 days you've been saying that how important you think it is that despite the events here, the tragic events here, that it's still very, very important for the Israelis and the Palestinians to have high-level meetings between Chairman Arafat and former Mr. Perez. Now, Prime Minister Sharon has now called that meeting off. And secondly, you're speaking to the Israeli defense minister later. Are you going to bring up his comments that were quoted in an Israeli newspaper this morning in which he said that the disasters in New York and here were a catastrophe for Arafat because the Israelis had killed 14 Palestinians since then and no one had noticed?
I don't know what we'll discuss. I haven't seen those comments, but I know him rather well, and I'm sure we'll have many things to discuss, but I won't prejudge what I might raise or what he might raise and announce it before he raises it or I raise it. I would still hope that a way is found for the Israelis and the Palestinians to meet. When they meet is a judgment for them to make. We have two leaders who have to judge their own interest. We believe a meeting is important to get the process started. This conflict isn't going away, and I don't think it's going to be solved by continuing conflict between the two sides. So I hope that conditions will present themselves soon so that a meeting can begin. But I think it is also fair to say that the events of the 11th of September have fundamentally changed the way in which people look at terrorism and acts of terrorism. Andrea?
Mr. Appel, as your strategy to fight global terrorism begins to take shape and as these international coalitions that you've been trying to build solidify, it's obviously a very different war that you're preparing to fight in that the enemy is not in one country. Could you explain this to us?
Yeah, I was raised a soldier, and you're trained. There is the enemy occupying a piece of ground. We can define it in time, space, and other dimensions, and you can assemble forces and go after it. This is different. The enemy is in many places. The enemy is not looking to be found. The enemy is hidden. The enemy is very often right here within our own country. And so you have to design a campaign plan that goes after that kind of enemy. And it isn't always blunt force military, although that is certainly an option. It may well be that the diplomatic efforts, political efforts, legal, financial, other efforts may be just as effective against that kind of an enemy as would military force be. And the point the President made this morning is that the whole cabinet's involved, and we're going to use all the tools and weapons at our disposal to fight this campaign and to win this war. I only have time for one more, and I apologize. Let me say, who haven't I... Go.
Do you have a message for the Taliban?
Yes. Did a vote? That's the question. All right. The message is, to the extent that you are providing havens, support, encouragement, and other resources to organizations such as the organization headed by Mr. Osama bin Laden, that is attacking civilization, that is killing innocent people. And I would give this message to any other regime in any other country that might be doing similar things. To the extent that you are doing these sorts of things, even though we have not yet notwithstanding words like prime suspect, we have not yet identified Osama bin Laden as the direct perpetrator, but the evidence, we have a lot of evidence is mounting, which will allow us to determine in the near future who it is. But he certainly is the leader of that kind of organization, and to the extent that governments such as the Taliban government in Afghanistan support such things, you need to understand you cannot separate your activities from the activity of these perpetrators. And in our response, we will have to take into account not only the perpetrators, but those who provide haven, support, inspiration, financial and other assets to the perpetrators, as the President said in his very first set of remarks some days ago. Thank you. I do have to go. Thank you.
The Secretary of State, Colin Powell, being asked a question I think that everybody in the White House, in the State Department press room would have asked, and it just happened to be asked by the last question there. Does Mr. Powell have a message for the Taliban? And while he very carefully framed it so as to be an answer to any country, not just particularly Afghanistan, he says basically the following: to the extent that you're giving support or have to organizations led by Osama bin Laden, and then he digressed to say that we've not yet identified Mr. bin Laden as a direct perpetrator in this particular crisis, you cannot separate yourself from the activities of those organizations. And so, very clear, George Stephanopoulos, the response will include you.
No question about it, although it seemed to have the quality of not a judgment but an ultimatum, sort of giving them one last chance. To the extent you're harboring him, you're going to face the consequences. In other words, giving them the chance. If you want to give him up, it's your choice. If you don't, you're going to pay the consequences. And that was very striking. It was also, I have to say, slightly odd to me, Peter, naming Osama bin Laden, but then getting and saying he's the prime suspect, but saying we don't have the evidence yet. He doesn't leave himself much of a way out.
Well, I wonder whether or not he's speaking specifically to that which the national government has put together, or whether he is talking to the general environment of conversation and blame that seems to be the whole country is involved in.
I think that could be one thing. I think it could also be that they might just be waiting for some specific pieces of evidence from the FBI or the CIA. They know they're coming, but they just want to be able to catalog it almost in a legalistic fashion before they make the charge.
There has been tremendous pressure, or at least as best the world can exert pressure, on the ruling Taliban in Afghanistan before to give up Osama bin Laden. When this attack occurred, it was the Taliban who said we weren't involved and Osama bin Laden wasn't involved. Pretty clear indication that there was a connection, and he may well be there. This morning, the supreme leader of Afghanistan's ruling Taliban movement, Mullah Muhammad Omar, urged Afghans to boldly face an American retaliation for these attacks of terror on the United States, which he clearly anticipates. The militia, the national organization's radio, which is monitored in Islamabad, the capital of Pakistan, quoted him as asking Afghans to be patient and steadfast, and this is the quote, face any American attack with courage and self-respect. Afghanistan, at least in the form of training camps, which the U.S. believes belong to Osama bin Laden, has been attacked before. And boy, are they used to violence in that country.
They're used to violence. They're used to attacks of all kinds. I thought one other interesting thing from Secretary Powell's press conference, Peter, the gentle encouragement of Pakistan. We'd heard very tough talk before from administration officials saying we really need them to give us all of our requests, and Secretary Powell seemed to be more encouraging at the opening of this press conference today.
Well, he did say that we're waiting to hear a response from General Musharraf. And the United States, we know, the new American ambassador to Pakistan, as well as the Secretary of State. I don't think the President has spoken to General Musharraf. I don't know. I don't think he has, or at least we haven't been told he has gone in with a list of very specific requests from Pakistan, that they stop allowing fuel to get from Pakistan to Afghanistan, which is already in violation of United Nations sanctions, that they stop encouraging, allowing travel by anybody out of Afghanistan who the Pakistanis know is intending on committing some act of violence somewhere else. And I've forgotten what the third one is, but there's several.
And this is going to be very difficult for a lot of Afghani neighbors. We have a quote from another senior administration official who says that the nations that we're talking to now have to realize that these steps we're asking them to take are going to be very difficult for them. They're going to have to seize assets, make arrests, and act on a number of fronts that even our closest allies are going to find as a challenge. That's for Pakistan and a lot of other countries.
Yeah, in fact, as we go to Martha Raddatz at the State Department, there's another quote from a senior administration official today, Martha, which says, today's story, I tend to see the world in terms of stories, but this was his language, is really the dirty diplomatic work of laying it on the line to all countries regarding what it's going to take to meet our expectation of what needs to be done. Is that the clear message going up from the State Department in every respect?
It is the clear message, and it's going out around the world. The U.S. ambassadors abroad are telling the ambassadors, the leaders of the countries they are in, they're giving them that very strong message. They are talking in somewhat general terms about this, but there are several countries getting specific lists. Pakistan is certainly one of them, and the specifics that you just mentioned.
Now, by the way, President Bush has not spoken to General or President Musharraf. Right.
No, he has not.
No,
as far as we know, he has not spoken to him. It has been Secretary Powell.
Perhaps it would be helpful if we put up a map at the moment for people who are not altogether familiar with the geography of the subcontinent. But it's also, as you heard of the briefing there, the Indians talking about training camps in Afghanistan. One thing we know from the United States, so you see Afghanistan and then Pakistan, and they're over on the right on the lower part of your screen, and up where Pakistan and India meet, there's this dreadfully troubled area of Kashmir to the right on that map of the capital Islamabad, or to the south right. And there are some of the other countries of the region which are all of concern to the United States, but there's several names not on that map at the moment. In terms, Martha, I gather, of the current focus, they include other nations around Afghanistan, which were states of the former Soviet Union and are now independent states.
Uzbekistan, this really stretches around the world, Peter. I was just reading the most recent report out of the State Department on this, named about 26 countries where they believe Osama bin Laden has cells operating, again, throughout the Mideast, but it reaches into South America, the United Kingdom, and I noticed one line in the most recent report, it said, allegedly in the United States. I guess they'll have to change that one.
Well, exactly, and the Secretary did say at this point, in terms of talking about the country's enemies, including here in the United States, how concerned are they with let's just take three of these countries in the former Soviet Union, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, and Turkmenistan, three names with which Americans are utterly unfamiliar, but in the war against terrorism, people are increasingly familiar.
I think those are the kind of places that you will see more specific messages going out from the State Department, asking for specific things to happen, about closing borders, exactly the kinds of things they're talking to Pakistan about. I want to just say, Peter, also, I caught up with Secretary Powell after he left the briefing, and I asked him a question, something we've been hearing a lot about. I said, do you believe, are you confident that there are no more attacks planned in the coming days, in the coming weeks? And he actually stopped for a moment, and he was very careful. It seemed like he wanted to say yes, but he said, all I can say is people should be cautious. Then he said, you should ask the FBI those questions and other agencies and intelligence agencies. But he said, you should definitely be cautious.
Well, I think that's the message from government in general, and given what happened on United Airlines this morning, I shouldn't say what, just given those arrests on United Airlines, leaving Los Angeles today for Dulles Airport in Washington, given what happened in New York last night, given the suspicions that everybody here has in the government, that there is perhaps a wider circle of operatives who assisted in Tuesday's operation, it seems like a pretty sensible answer.
I think it seems sensible as well, and others, senior administration official I spoke to this morning had a bit stronger answer. He said, we don't believe this was just for Tuesday. We believe this may be some sort of long-term operation, and again, caution is advised.
It is true, Martha, that the immediate violence between the Israelis and the Palestinians has taken, at least in terms of the world's attention, has taken very much second place to everything that's happened here. But what is the level of violence there today? And what does the United States think it can do about it, if anything?
Well, the United States keeps giving us the same line. We want to stick to the Mitchell Plan. I'm not sure exactly what's gone on in Israel today, but the level of violence seems to go up and down, as you know. Most of the times it goes up. There hasn't been a lot of focus on this region because of what's happened in the United States, but Secretary Powell has been in touch with the leaders there. They are still making efforts to get these two sides together to get this violence stopped, because they think in many ways that may be contributing to all that's going on here as well.
Is there, for all of the increased security precautions around the world, is there particular attention being given to American installations in the Middle East? Because we know that because in the Arab world, the United States is perceived as being biased, prejudiced, leaning towards Israel all the time, that the American position in the United States is in lower regard than it's been for a very long time.
My experience over there, and I've been over there fairly recently, is that those embassies in that region are always hardened. They are always on a higher state of alert, and I don't think they can get much higher, but obviously they're looking around, they're gathering intelligence in any way they can to see not only what is contributing to the violence there, but here as well. And that's another point they've made at the State Department. What they want all these nations to do, that they're reaching out to, is share intelligence. If you have any information about what went on in the United States on Tuesday or what might go on in the future, they expect those countries to share that information with the United States, and they're making quite a point about that.
Okay, thanks very much, Martha Raddatz of the State Department. There is fear and anxiety all over the Middle East at the moment, and there is in the community as a whole a real deep sense of ambiguity. The Sheikh at prayers today in Baghdad criticized people in the region who sympathized with the victims of the bombing against the United States. And then in Jordan, a preacher at the mosque there urged worshipers to pray for the U.S. victims, reminding us again, you cannot generalize about the Arab world, George. I'm always taking you backwards, I know, and you've done a fabulous job of reporting for us, but I'm always taking you back. When President Clinton was in office, deeply engaged in what he ultimately hoped would be some kind of resolution between the Israelis and Palestinians, did he generally, as other presidents have, feel this was a tremendous burden, but the United States always had to play a role?
Oh, I think there was no question in President Clinton's mind that he had to play a role, particularly, and this is going back quite a ways now, but particularly after the meeting on the White House lawn in September of 1993. Remember, that meeting came about almost as a surprise without the direct involvement of the United States. The Israelis and the Palestinians had reached an agreement on their own, but they wanted the United States to help ratify it. And I think President Clinton felt from that day forward the United States had a special responsibility to help implement the peace, and of course that led to his efforts at the Y Accords, the Y Plantation, and then later at Camp David. I spoke to, this was actually after I left the White House, but I spoke to a close aide of the president who worked day to day on the Middle East in the president's last year, and he said that President Clinton almost every single day in his last year in office would say, I only have X days left. We have to focus on this. He felt that burden.
Here's another reminder today of how things are more complex in those countries about which we sometimes have a single image. One of the most conservative clerics in Iran today said publicly that he was heartbroken, this is the quote, heartbroken over the terror attacks in the United States, a country that many of his allies within Iran still see as the great Satan. Iran is a very divided country in many ways. There was never any unity at the time about holding Americans hostage, even though it seemed so from a distance at the time, but there was never any unanimity in Iran about holding the Iranians hostage, and there is no unanimity in Iran at the moment about how the country should move forward or whether it should have a relationship with the United States. There are millions of Iranians, 52 million in the country, I think maybe 55 million Iranians, and many of them are desperate to have a relationship with the United States and deeply resent, thinking of George here, President Clinton's not making more of an effort to reestablish relations between the country which so many people in America thought of as the enemy for such a long period of time. Let me move on now to the Congress. ABC's Linda Douglas is on Capitol Hill. Linda, we saw many members of the House and the Senate. I'm not sure all, but we saw many members of the House and Senate at the National Presidential Prayer Service. Did everybody go?
Everybody did not go. Of course, as you point out, it was invited guests. It's not clear to me that all of the members, all 535 members of Congress, were actually invited guests. There were a few who stayed behind, but both of the houses went out during the memorial service, and they were all, those members who were not participating in the service were certainly glued to the television.
Now, can we talk about this, the text of this joint resolution? It's something we should get up on the screen after a while, but in very general terms, there has been at least a text released of a joint resolution authorizing the use of force against, as you said earlier today, terrorists.
Right.
Adopted by the Senate. It's already been adopted by the Senate.
It has been adopted by the Senate. It was a vote of 98 to 0. There was a senator who was on his way to his son's wedding who was desperate to get there, and there was another senator who was stuck in traffic. So the two senators who didn't vote didn't do that out of any oversight or any resistance to that. It was 98 to 0. And it does authorize the president to use force against those who engaged in this act of terrorism. It is not an open-ended opportunity for the president to use force forever and in any circumstance against any terrorism in the future. It's specifically confined to those who perpetrated this act.
In fact, it's very, very delicately worded, is it not? And it sounds to us like the compromise we talked about yesterday between the White House, which wanted greater authority, and certainly the Democrats in Congress, which were nervous about investing this or any White House with greater singular authority. Fair?
Well, that's absolutely true. There were a series of bipartisan meetings. You've been talking about bipartisanship all day. Senior Republicans like Republican John Warner of Virginia, who was for a long time the chairman of the Armed Services Committee. Also, Democrat Joseph Biden, chairman now of the Foreign Relations Committee. We are told that Biden had a lot to do with coming up with language that was satisfactory to both sides, that would acknowledge the president and commander-in-chief's authority to engage in any action to protect and defend the United States, would also acknowledge that the Congress has to authenticate that authority, but still would put some limits on the authority so that it wouldn't get out of control, as you've been hearing all day, as the Gulf of Tonkin resolution did during the Vietnam War.
I'm taking a quick look at the references in here to the War Powers Act, and to be perfectly honest, on short notice, I can't understand exactly what they intend to say. But Congress clearly wants the War Powers Act to be always a factor in the negotiations between the White House and the Congress in terms of using force.
That's right, because the Congress always wants to ensure that it has its constitutionally perceived, its perceived constitutional role in participating in any action that the president takes to try to engage in hostilities. And presidents along the way have, especially since the Vietnam War, acknowledged the authority of Congress, but without wanting to acknowledge that Congress could actually tie its hands. The members of Congress all day long have been saying things, Peter, to the president to make clear to him that they want to give him as wide a berth in this as possible. The chairman of the Judiciary Committee in the House, for example, today said, we're not going to be calling the administration up here and asking for you to explain everything you want to do. Just go ahead and do it.
Thanks, Linda, the Attorney General.
From a memorial service at the National Cathedral, and wanted to take this time to give you a report in regard to these matters. Today, the Federal Bureau of Investigation released a list of 19 individuals who have been identified as hijackers aboard the 4 airliners that crashed on Tuesday. The FBI requests that anyone who may have information about these individuals, even though these individuals are presumed to be dead, anyone with information about these individuals immediately contact an FBI field office or call the toll-free hotline. The toll-free hotline, as you know, is 1-866-483-5137. 1-866-483-5137. The Federal Bureau of Investigation has also forwarded a list of more than 100 names to numerous law enforcement organizations. These are the names of individuals the FBI would like to talk to, because we believe they may have information that could be helpful to the investigation. The organizations that we have submitted these names to include the Federal Aviation Administration, the airlines, FBI field offices, about 18,000 police departments across America, the U.S. Border Patrol, and the U.S. Customs Service. Now, the nature of this list is that it would be changing constantly as people are either removed from it or added to it. But we believe that the individuals on the list may have information that could be helpful to us in our efforts. I want to take this moment to extend our appreciation to state and local law enforcement organizations that have cooperated with this investigation, have acted responsibly, and have been very helpful to us. Their dedication and swift action has been essential to the progress of the investigation. I'm pleased now to call upon the director to give you some more information.
Before we answer questions, I thought I would fill you in on the extent of the investigation to date. As of today, we have 4,000 FBI special agents who are working on the case in various offices around the country and on various aspects of the investigation, and we have 3,000 support employees also on the investigation. 20 FBI legal offices are running down leads overseas, and all 56 FBI offices around the country are engaged in the investigation. We have conference calls several times a day to make certain that everything is being coordinated appropriately. To date, we have had more than 36,000 total leads. Of those, over 30,000 have come in off the internet. 3,800 have been received on the FBI hotline, and another 2,400 have been generated through the various field offices. As you well know, and have picked up, we've conducted hundreds of interviews around the country. We've served over 30 search warrants in various places. Hundreds of subpoenas have been issued, and we have, in the course of seizing some of those executing some of those search warrants, we have seized computers, other documentary information that we are following up on. One other point I'd make before we respond to questions, and that is that we have dispatched sent to the various major airports FBI agents, teams of FBI agents, to assist in quickly resolving any incidents that may come up when passengers or passengers are attempting to board an aircraft or obtain a ticket, and there's some question raised, so we can minimize the inconvenience to the person who may well be stopped and also swiftly resolve the issue. And with that, I believe we're happy to take whatever questions you might have.
Director, have you obtained under seal or otherwise any fugitive justice warrants or level any kind of charges against anyone in this investigation?
Well, for under seal, I probably couldn't tell you, but I can say that there have been no FBI arrests at this time. Any detentions that have occurred have been pursuant to immigration holds where an individual has been out of status.
On the list of hijackers, have they been connected to organizations connected to Bin Laden?
And I can't get into the details of that.
Astonish you that...
Sorry, we'll take one and then two. Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
Astonish you that they trained, all their training came to the U.S., there were so many of them trained as pilots, and that they lived in the open, weren't hiding their identities here. Did any of that astonish you or shock you?
Well, the tragedies quite clearly astonish and shock me and the country. The fact that there were a number of individuals that happened to receive training at flight schools here is news, quite obviously. If we had understood that to be the case, we would have, perhaps one could have averted this. But beyond that, I and I think everybody else is just astonished at the extent of the tragedy as a result of what happened last Tuesday. Yes, sir.
Director, there were 2 people removed from the flight last night, I guess, from New York, and those 2 people names appeared on a list. How were they able to board if their names were on?
Well, I can tell you that that was pursuant to a watch list. Other than those names were were on the watch list for reasons not related to this investigation.
Mr. Mueller, on the list of the hijackers, 2 quick questions. One is there are several shared last names. Were many of them related to one another? And the second question is Delray Beach and Hollywood, Florida seem to be very common residences. Do you know whether those were like bases of operation for these men?
I can't. We are still, while we have the names for the manifests and are still pursuing investigations of those names to try to document and absolutely be certain that the person who went down the plane fits with the name on the manifest. The further association of the names we're still investigating.
And the
Tell us about.
Well, I can say that there are a number of places in the country, without specifying any particular place, where we have conducted a number of interviews and several search warrants, and executed several search warrants.
Tell us about a D.C. police all-points bulletin being put out about a silver or gray minivan. They may be carrying a chemical weapon.
I can't tell you anything about that. Yes, sir.
What have you learned from the cockpit voice recorder and from the flight data recorders of the 2 planes?
They're currently over at the NTSB, and I think the question should be directed to the NTSB on those at this instant.
They've referred us to you.
As of this moment, we have not learned or received anything off those recorders. Well, actually, I should say we have not received anything off the voice data recorder. There is that recorder, which is other than the voice data recorder at the Pentagon that we picked up, and we did receive information off that.
What did that tell you about that flight, about its path?
I can't get into that now, sir. Yes, sir.
What confidence do you have the names on the list are actually the people who were on the plane as opposed to aliases or stolen identities? Do you have a level of confidence there yet?
I think we have a fairly high level of confidence, but when we spoke to you yesterday, we had 18 individuals who we believed were the hijackers. We now have a 19th that our investigation has disclosed was probably one of the hijackers on that plane that left Dulles, and consequently, continuous investigation updates our confidence or level of confidence, degree of confidence in assuring that the person who actually was on the plane is associated with the name. Yes, sir.
Those 19 any suspects or individuals who are still at large who may have been the leaders or masterminds of this conspiracy?
I'm sorry, what?
Have you identified any suspects who you believe are still at large in the United States who are the masterminds or leaders of this conspiracy?
I cannot get into the details of the investigation. Suffice it to say, if we believe that there is somebody in the United States who is associated with this conspiracy and we had evidence upon which to base a charge, we would have and would level that charge. Yes, sir.
Can you say anything about the immigration status of the 19? Were any of them out of legal status?
I believe we tried to provide some of those visa details on the listing that we provided to you. I can say that some of them were out of status, yes. I'm not certain how many or which names or which individuals whose names appeared on the manifest and we believe to be a hijacker was out of status. Yes.
It's common for the FBI to name a case agent in a big case. Have you yet done that on this one?
The investigation is being run by Tom Picard out of headquarters here with Dale Watson and numerous other, I would say, senior FBI agents assisting in various capacities.
And the name of the investigation, sir? Has the investigation been given a name, and what is it?
Pent Bomb. Pent Bomb. P-E-N-T-B-O-M-B. Pent Bomb.
Can you address the issue of intelligence failure? We didn't know anything about any of these guys. We still don't know a lot about them.
That was the last question. Thank you. Thank you.
Robert Mueller, the Director of the FBI, and John Ashcraft, the Attorney General. on their daily briefing. I think the headline is there. And I'm joined by ABC's John Miller. No arrests whatsoever as a result of this investigation so far, but a number of detentions, all based on what are called Immigration and Naturalization Service holds. The INS has an enormous amount of freedom and flexibility to hold people for an indeterminate period of time. So that makes sense from the department's point of view.
It does, and in this particular case, it's going to be an advantage, at least from a strategic point. We can argue about fairness, but from a strategic point, the FBI gets to do with foreign nationals something it wouldn't really have the ability to do with U.S. citizens, which is use the INS to put holds on them, and particularly when those holds have to do with visa information, that foreign counterintelligence information about alleged associations with terrorists. The federal courts have shown a good degree of patience with them, holding them for a long time.
Let me ask you this question then, because it's probably an important one in terms of the next several days. You're absolutely correct, not that I'm surprised, about the INS being able to hold foreign nationals under these circumstances. But does that suggest that none of the 19... No, that none of those have been picked up so far are American? I'm sorry, I don't want to get confused here. Forget the 19. Forget I even said that.
Right. But none of those being detained.
That's right. None of those being detained now are American citizens in
Correct.
this case.
Or they wouldn't have the ability to hold them without charging them. The other headline, if there is one out of this press conference, is that they have supplied airports, 18,000 police agencies, the Border Patrol, U.S. Customs, and the airlines with 100 names of people sought for questioning in connection with this investigation. And he said that will be a revolving list where names are added and taken off on a constant basis as they learn of new people or they question people who are on the existing list.
Very broad authority for the FBI, again, going to these airports all over the country to resolve issues if they come up and there are questions between passengers and airlines.
I think exactly, which will probably give them an advantage over a situation like last night. But it's also interesting that since the names are supplied to the airlines, I think it's implicit there that if you're one of the people they even want to talk to in this case, you're not getting on an airplane before you do.
Exactly. George, you have any impressions, George Stephanopoulos, any impressions from this? We did say that it is we noted, let's put it this way, that Mr. Mueller, who's brand new in the job, feels very comfortable in public.
No question about it. He's been a career civil servant both in the Justice Department as a U.S. attorney out in California, and he seems, as you say, very comfortable man who's also been practiced, I believe, in the courtroom on high-profile trials, and he showed that comfort today. But that does bring up an important point. So much of what the country is going to key off of is the attitude, not just of the president, but of the people who work for him. Remember, that's in many ways how Colin Powell made his reputation with the public back during the Persian Gulf War.
And today it was interesting also to see the Attorney General John Ashcroft defer to Mueller, Mr. Ashcroft taking far less of the news conference than he has on previous occasions. Let's go to Pierre Thomas in Washington. Pierre.
Unit category. Me is we're getting a better sense of the scope of the investigation. They said that they had done 30 search warrants. Computers have been seized. They've interviewed hundreds of witnesses and potential people who might know information. And I agree with John Miller that the fact that there are 100 names of people that they have forwarded to law enforcement shows you again that this is a massive, massive investigation.
Okay, thanks very much, Pierre. Now let us turn our attention to the president. President, as you saw a short while ago, left for New York. One of the very first things doing while he is here is to see the mayor, and I suspect the governor as well, because Governor Pataki and Mayor Giuliani have been inseparable practically since this crisis began. Where one goes, therefore, there goes the other, at least certainly in terms of public appearances, which have anything to do with talking to the public in a formal way. Dan Harris, one of our correspondents here, gives us some sense now of what President Bush is actually going to see in downtown New York.
Like Peter Schmittig, many of the people who live in the secure zone are doing so without electricity.
We do have to walk upstairs with the dog 3-4 times a day. It seems tough, but it's not that tough.
Easier, perhaps, for him to be upbeat. At least he can get home. Many others, including the Ruttman family, return every day only to get turned away.
Move back behind the barrier, right over there.
I can't get my medication. Our pharmacies are burnt down.
You know, the doctors, nobody's answering. You can't get in every time you try and call anywhere down here. It's busy. They told us, we called the building, they tell us there's somebody there waiting for you. They'll let you in. Just call the number. Keep calling the number, and nobody's answering. It's busy and busy and busy.
While much of lower Manhattan has now opened up, a large portion south of Canal Street, an area that used to exist in the shadow of the World Trade Center, is still locked down tight. Normal life has ceased. Trendy restaurants closed, convenience stores lit only by candlelight, the newspaper stands still displaying Tuesday morning's headlines. It is now a sort of police state. National Guard checkpoints, huge stockpiles of emergency supplies, streets lined with bombed-out cars.
It literally feels like we're under siege down here, a war. It looks like a living war, and then you have to use your ID just to get home.
Compounding the deprivation, the nagging knowledge of their proximity to such enormous suffering.
There's this horrible thing, you know, all people dying, you know, just to be, you know, we're 7 blocks from where it happened. We're living on top of a burial ground.
What strikes you, Peter, when you come down here, I drove down here last night, is that there is essentially a huge divide between uptown and downtown. Uptown has approached or is making a rough facsimile of normalcy. Downtown, as soon as you get here, you realize you are in close proximity to a major, major disaster. And there are a lot of people who are living here, as we just showed you. We have found, however, that there is a lot of persistence. Around the corner over here, we saw a sign. Drew Milhan, my producer, and I were walking. There was a sign hanging out of a window. It said, "Here to stay."
Thanks very much, Dan Harris, down there. There's always a little thing in every single report we have which is so telling. There's the newspaper headline from the day on which it happened still in the newspaper boxes there, and the woman who says she has to use her ID in order to get home. This is true particularly in the surrounding area of the World Trade Center, and I think that everybody who goes down to the site itself or even gets close to the site itself recognizes something that is almost unique to them. This morning with the police commissioner down there, you know, I noticed buckets, because piles of them everywhere. Everywhere you looked this morning down there close to the hole, there were buckets stashed, and that, of course, is a reflection of how they're doing this carefully by hand, and there's this long chain, this bucket brigade, mostly of firemen, moving material away from the hole, as they call it, the absolute, if there is an epicenter below of this destruction, moving away this material with such care lest they get close to finding someone who was alive inside. Now, we don't know where President Bush landed in or around New York. The security around the president clearly is very intense, as it should be, and there has been no announcement from the White House about where he was going to land. But we know he is in the area, and that one of the very first people he's going to see is the mayor of New York City, Rudolph Giuliani. We noted late last night, I think, as we were getting to the end of one segment of the broadcast, that the president's ratings, the approval rating as we call it in the ABC News poll, which has been now taken twice in the last several days, is at 91%. And my guess is, and it's only a guess at this point, that if you ask New Yorkers how their mayor had done this week, his personal approval ratings would be extremely high, and he was, in many respects, a very divisive figure before that. But here is ABC's James Walker on a man who has had some extraordinary week.
From the first moment, there has been no question about who is in command.
Put your mask on. Put your mask on. Now put it down.
Mayor, what's the situation right now?
The situation is that 2 airplanes have attacked, apparently.
No time for talk. That would come later. He had to find out what was happening. So when word came about the attacks, he went to the scene, into harm's way, to be with fellow New Yorkers.
Let's talk a little later, okay?
Mr. Mayor, you were one of the first people down there. Can you describe the scene in your own words, what you saw down there?
I don't know that I'm really able to describe it. It was the most horrific scene I've ever seen in my whole life. We saw the World Trade Center in flames, a big gaping hole all the way on the top of it. We could see people jumping from the top of the building. And then we went into Barclay Street, 75 Barclay Street, I think it was, and we were there when the building collapsed. And it collapsed in part on 75 Barclay Street.
Did you ever fear for your own safety, sir?
Sure, yeah.
when people really were frightened, when people were screaming and crying and running down the streets blindly, Giuliani said, "Calm down, I'm in charge." And we desperately were looking for someone to be in charge.
There was so much to worry about. The thousands of people trapped or dead at the Trade Center, including firefighters and cops. Electricity out in large parts of Manhattan. 200,000 phone lines crippled. And Giuliani acted in part like a reassuring manager.
560-2730. If you have questions throughout the night and tomorrow, that's the number to call.
And a tough manager at that.
Anybody that thinks that they're going to gouge consumers or ask for extra amounts of money for food or anything else, we're going to have the police and the Consumer Affairs Department out there. So just be careful.
He was everywhere, at a downtown armory where families had gathered holding pictures of their missing loved ones, encouraging rescue crews.
Unbelievable. Great job. Within 12 hours.
In press conference after press conference, he answered questions in his direct, no-nonsense style.
The number of casualties will be more than any of us can bear, ultimately.
He also offered words of comfort.
But if tomorrow is a day in which you want to stay home and stay with your family and give comfort and support maybe to other people that have been affected by this, it would be a good day to do that.
To many people, the Giuliani of the last few days is a far different politician from the Giuliani they knew before. The man often criticized for being authoritarian, insensitive to minorities and civil liberties.
Democracy, not dictatorship.
This week, like so much else that's been forgotten, almost everyone agrees that at this moment, he's given the city exactly what it needs.
He's been doing a great job, and I can't believe I'm saying that.
I'm not a Giuliani friend, but he's doing a good job. This city is the greatest city in the world. It has the greatest people, and a bunch of cowardly terrorists can't make us fearful. We're stronger than they are. We're better than they are. And people of the city proved it yesterday. They're going to prove it today, and they're going to be a great example of what Americans are like. Thank you.
One other thing almost forgotten, the primary election to replace the mayor. Excuse me, I can't hear myself right here. The primary election to replace the mayor was supposed to take place on Tuesday, the day of the blast. It has been rescheduled. There are a lot of New Yorkers who feel now that getting through the rest of this crisis will be a lot more difficult without Rudy Giuliani at the helm. Peter?
Very much, James Walker. One of the things we always notice every time we see the mayor is how often he changes, but he goes back and forth, and a lot of people in New York don't have that luxury at the moment to be able to change clothes at the time, but he does it very, I'm not sure calculatingly at all, but very carefully, and the two uniforms he almost invariably wears represent the New York Police Department or the New York Fire Department. He began early in the week with a hat from the fire department and a sweatshirt from, or a jacket, I've forgotten what it was, from the police department, and you see it every time. Every mayor in New York City, every mayor in every city wants to identify with the police and the fire department. In this case, this mayor has a history of identification with the police and the fire department, an identification with the police which, by the way, angers many members of the community, particularly in the minority community, who think the police have acted in an untoward fashion, at the least to them. But the mayor is very much identified with the police and the fire department. Am I fair on that, John Miller?
You are. You left out the third uniform, though. That's his neutral stance, is the Yankee uniform.
Yeah, but I haven't seen the Yankee hat this week.
No, you won't see it this week. But in times of peace, that's his other choice.
Yeah.
But the way that
come
works,
from a Mets family, so you can imagine how difficult that is.
The way that works is if he wears the fire department hat, the commissioner always sends an aide over with a police department hat, and then the fire commissioner. So he must have thousands of these hats by now. You know, because once he appears on television wearing one agency's hat or the other guy says immediately, get him a police windbreaker, or then send him a fire sweater, and it goes back and forth.
Listen, again, not to be frivolous about this, because I'm almost positive that the first place the mayor is going to take the president after they've had a good private conversation about what the city needs is going to be to the trade towers. But what else do you think the mayor wants the president to see here?
Well, I mean, I would take some of my cues off of the tour that Tommy Thompson took, which was to the scene and then to the morgue. Now, he has a Health and Human Services connection there and an operational interest. I think in this case another interesting place would be the Armory, where so many people are lined up looking for the missing people, reporting people missing, scanning through the pictures, which would certainly add another human touch to this beyond the raw destruction at the site.
And my guess is he'll also want the president to be exposed to some of the volunteers, and by that I don't mean the fire department and the police, but the many, many New Yorkers who have volunteered just in every imaginable respect in the midst of this crisis.
Absolutely, and I mean, I think the other thing would be to the volunteers who worked the site and this job, but also some of those who are in limbo, wondering what happened to their loved ones, their friends.
The police commissioner did say this morning, by the way, the president couldn't be any safer than he is here in New York on this particular day. I want to invite in our resident historian, Michael Beschloss, because we have now, or we're in the process of now seeing, the president in two absolutely mandatory roles. First at the National Presidential prayer service this morning at the National Capitol, talking to the nation. I think those are pretty close to the longest remarks the president has made, including the remarks he made on the night that he came back from Nebraska. And secondly now, Michael Beschloss going to the scene because it's a must, is it not, for presidents to go to the scene, because they do offer, doesn't matter what party they are or what period they're, they offer a sense of connection that nobody else in the country can.
They do, and you know, Peter, presidents have these odd two roles. We're almost the only country where this is true, where a president is not only a political manager, which is a very divisive thing oftentimes, but also chief of state. And oftentimes presidents are no greater chiefs of state than they are tragically during a situation like this, when they seem something like a national father. Ronald Reagan, at the time of the Challenger disaster in 1986, it seemed that almost no one could fill that role better than he could. And Bill Clinton, after the tragedy in Oklahoma City in 1995, many people said that was the first time that they really began to imagine Clinton as president.
And in the media age, in the television age, where so much of the country participates in this, you judge the president on this level. I remember so well President Reagan comforting the families of the astronauts on Challenger in Houston at a memorial service. And the whole country was moved to tears, partly by the catastrophe, of course, but partly by the president's behavior. And when Bill Clinton not only went to see the survivors of the Oklahoma disaster, but talked, I recall at the time, talked to every single one of them. It took hours.
That's exactly right, and something that he does well. And that brings a president influence, because a president who really isn't seen in this chief of state role has a very hard time getting support for some of the policies that sometimes can be a little bit more divisive.
Now, you've heard us mention that in these snap polls, these sort of quick 600 or 700 person polls, which are, by the way, scientific, that we've taken, the president's approval rating is currently at about 91%. As you look back at presidents in crisis throughout at least modern American history, certainly since polling, how do they do, generally speaking, under these circumstances?
It always happens, and it even happens in situations that are unlike this, where the crisis is the president's fault. In the spring of 1961, John Kennedy, of course, presided over that disaster at the Bay of Pigs, that failed invasion of Cuba. In the aftermath, Americans rallied to him. His popularity shot up to the low 80s, and Kennedy said, you know, it's the strangest thing. The worse I do, the more popular I get.
And in some respects, this is the power that the additional power the president has as a result of modern media to communicate the message on his terms to the people.
That's exactly right. And you know, it really goes back, Peter, to the genius, I think, of our founders and those who wrote the Constitution, because they did this thing that was very controversial at the time, which is, rather than having a prime minister and a monarch, they decided to put those two things in one human being, as difficult as it is oftentimes for one human being to do both of those things. But I think one thing we're seeing today is what a good idea that was.
Now, I know that it's an individual choice, Michael, as to how one interprets what the president has to say on a public occasion like this. Some see it one way, some see it another. Your own opinions on what the president said at the National Cathedral today?
I think he was making a statement, not only in what he said, but also the fact that he was there and the kind of ceremony that was. That was a ceremony of defiance, because one of the things those terrorists were trying to do on Tuesday was make sure that we would never see a scene like that again. In the same way that after the Kennedy assassination, We have not seen presidents riding around in cities in open cars, tragically. The terrorists hoped that we would never have the courage to have as many key figures in the American government and American society in one place because we would be afraid. In a way, that ceremony was a demonstration of the fact that the terrorists did not get what they were trying to do.
And every president, it seems to me, since Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who finds himself in the midst of a crisis, always quotes Franklin Roosevelt. Mr. Roosevelt and his staff were brilliant praisemakers.
That's exactly right. And part of that was that even at a time like the Great Depression or the beginning of World War II, when there were all sorts of reasons to be very depressed and very pessimistic about what could happen, Roosevelt had that enormous self-confidence and confidence in history to say, yes, the situation looks bad, but we Americans have always been able to conquer things like this.
I want you to look, I don't know if you've got a transcript of the President's remarks at the Cathedral yet, but if you do, I'd like you to check that particular phrase about the founders. I'm going to go to Claire Shipman in Washington for a moment and come back and see what you think of that. Claire, your reaction to the President at the Cathedral today.
Well, and again, we always hate as journalists to give reactions, but I have to say in all of the time I've spent watching him, I thought it was his most powerful speech ever, and I know that his aides were extremely happy with it. It's a very difficult moment for a president. It's a time when the entire nation is watching, and as you and Michael were talking about, he has to play a dual role, showing solace and compassion, healer-in-chief, if you will, if that hasn't become a cliche already, but also a great deal of strength and resolve. And I think for this president especially, somebody who often seems to shy away from the limelight, who's often happier letting others speak. He doesn't long for that spotlight. It's been an interesting transition to watch him over the last 3 days, and I think today he clearly hit his stride. I was most struck by the phrase of this will end in a way and the hour of our choosing. I mean, this was somebody who felt very comfortable with his words today, and again, it did remind me very much, although a moment I think 10 times more profound at the very least, but of President Clinton's trip to Oklahoma City when he was at a really low point in his presidency in 1995, and he was able to master that mix of strength and compassion. And again, I think I've already seen the poll numbers jump even before this speech for the president, and I can't imagine we're not going to see more of that in the aftermath.
Thanks, Claire, very much. Claire Shipman in Washington. Back now to Michael Beschloss. Michael, the phrase I'm referring to, and I'm not sure I've got it absolutely right, had to do basically with the commitment of the founders was the calling of our times. Interpret that for us if you can.
Well, I think the idea is that here we are 200 years later, and remarkably, we've been able to preserve the same system. From an agricultural country, here we are in a totally different world, highly technological, highly industrial, and nonetheless, that's the kind of thing that we're still following. I think the other thing that we have to remember with George W. Bush is that what really gave its power, the power to that speech for me was that this was not only a eulogy for those dead, this was a prelude to war, as you and George Stephanopoulos were talking about a little bit earlier. And you know what it reminded me of, Peter? It reminded me of the summer of 1941, when, as you remember, Franklin Roosevelt and Winston Churchill, as we all know, met on that ship just off the Canadian coast.
Right.
And that was a meeting to prepare for a war in which America and Britain would be allies, and they sang, "Nearer, my God, to thee." People cried because they knew that war was coming.
To just continue that particular theme, at least one aspect of that theme, it was a real, not surprise today, but it was a very unusual event to see the American national anthem sung in the Canadian capital this morning in the front of the Canadian Parliament buildings. And I say that for two reasons, because, as I said originally, this is an extraordinary demonstration of solidarity between the two countries, but because Canada has so suffered in its relationship intellectually and psychologically with the United States down through the years and has always had a great deal of difficulty defining it. But there was no difficulty defining it whatsoever this morning.
I think that's right. And even to the minor fact that perhaps the criminals of the other day came over the Canadian border to the United States, it closes the circle with healing.
George Stephanopoulos, asking you once again to wear old hat. The president is always seen through one's own individual prism of political opinion. And there may still be people in the country who believe that this president came to office. What's the word I'm looking for? Not illegal.
But without full, didn't get elected.
Illegitimately, came to the presidency in an illegitimate fashion. I think the country's getting by that in this instance.
Well, certainly in this instance. I mean, I think really what you're seeing here in the president's poll numbers that you quoted earlier is really a shattering of any kind of partisan identification, at least among average people in the country, regardless of what's happening in Washington. And I think that will happen for quite a long time. But, you know, and this often happens in war. You talk about President Bush's 41, his approval ratings during the Persian Gulf War, but also Michael Beschloss was just talking about Winston Churchill. And Winston Churchill, coming out of World War II, also had tremendous popularity in the country, yet a year later
he was promptly defeated.
Yeah, so it's very short-lived.
It is one of the most astonishing things about modern British history, and people who did not live in Britain in those times have always had a difficult time understanding how this wartime leader could have been turned out of office.
Precisely the same thing happened to President Bush.
Precisely. One thing that President Bush, after the Gulf War, didn't have going for him was the economy, of course.
Exactly. Which is why, of course, you know, and it was in President Bush's statement the other night, in his statements of reassurance, one of the things he said, remember, was that the business of America will continue, and we will continue to move on. I was told, actually, that several major national business leaders lobbied the White House during the day to make sure that that kind of statement of reassurance was included, because they are so worried about the economic impact.
In a moment, we're going to get it up to date as best we can about the status of air travel in the country by talking to Lisa Stark and our aviation analyst, John Nance. But first, we want to go to the streets to ABC's Bob Jameson. Bob, from where you are, is there any sense of the president's impending arrival?
Peter, I think that what we have seen is a somewhat increased police presence, a few more gawkers. The National Guard, which is doing much of the traffic and pedestrian patrolling here, is a little bit more twitchy. But to say that there's a sense of anticipation, yes, but no visible sign. The real story down here, Peter, for the last several hours has been the weather. The rain that has fallen over the last dozen hours and the gusty wind which has accompanied it has slowed the rescue effort quite a bit, or should we say the search effort quite a bit. First of all, the search dogs have largely been unused today because the wind has made it difficult for them to pick up the scent. Normally rain would help, but there's been such a strong wind from time to time today that they have been used very, very sparingly. In addition to that, because of the slippery conditions caused by the rain, the people who have been moving this debris inches by inches sometimes in those bucket brigades have given way to simply and only equipment at some sectors of the search area. And in addition to that, the rain, which fell for such a long time, has made the debris much, much heavier. Meteorologist Bill Evans from New York's WABC TV has been using a mathematical formula today, and 1 1/4 inches of rain has fallen so far in the search area, ground zero. And he said that, according to this mathematical formula, would mean that the several 100,000 tons of debris has become about 50,000 tons heavier. Now, the rain is stopping, and it's entirely possible that when the president reaches the place where the Twin Towers used to stand, the sun could be poking through. But the weather is not going to improve that much in terms of the search. Steady winds of 15 to 20 miles an hour are expected from the north, with gusts up to 35 miles an hour, and so it's not going to get any easier down here.
Is there more heavy equipment arriving, or do they appear to have everything on scene that they need? And before you answer that question, that's the bucket brigade that we've been referring to. That's at a couple of locations, but that's that one particular central location where bucket brigades have worked relentlessly. There are really only two major areas at the moment, I think, where they are actually working in that very, very direct hand-by-hand way, because, as Bob Jameson says, there's still an enormous amount of huge, heavy pieces of material to move, and it's difficult in a search and rescue site like this because it is also very noisy. Heavy equipment is noisy, and every so often, under earthquake circumstances, one wants to stop. There's a whistle, and everybody stops and listens if someone thinks they have heard something. Occasionally downtown, you will see a firefighter or some other searching official hold up his arms to indicate quiet, and they'll get quiet and they'll listen. But the overwhelming, one of the overwhelming presences there on this site is, of course, noise. Anything else, Bob?
Well, you were asking about the equipment, and of course it's a balancing act, Peter, as you well know, between the very large cranes that can move these huge pieces of debris, particularly the steel beams, and smaller cranes which are able to do the more delicate work. There has been some additional heavy equipment arrive today, and in fact, I was told that the only piece of equipment of its kind, a new sort of destruction device or something used to bring down buildings, made by Caterpillar Tractor Company, a new product. The only one of its kind is in use here, but mostly what we have seen today is the steady movement of rescue, search and rescue people in and out of the site, and supplies being brought in.
Bob, on the subject of steady, this picture is not the result of a tired camera operator, though they have every reason to be tired. This is a very, very long lens looking at the facade of one of the buildings. And one of the senior officials in New York told us a short while ago, when he was talking at length about the real estate operation here today, that's a live shot in downtown Manhattan. That's one of the U.S. fighter jets that has been on pretty constant patrol over the area since Tuesday. That's a regular appearance at the lower end of the city at the moment. It may well have been intensified today because the president is in New York, but that has now become a regular sight for people at the lower end of Manhattan today. At any rate, those pictures are showing the facades of buildings. In some respects, do not tell the complete story, and a senior official from the department, from the city, told us just a while ago that every building in the immediate area has now been checked, and every building that is now standing is in structurally sound condition, that there is no fear of collapse anymore, and that this, what he called cosmetic damage on the outside of buildings, that, by the way, is not cosmetic damage. This cosmetic damage on the outside of buildings was precisely that, and while many of them will be needing refurbishment and sometimes reconstruction inside, that all of these buildings have now been investigated by the engineers and are in pretty good shape. John Miller.
This, of course, out of all the sites, is the one site where they have not yet recovered a black box, in fact, 2 black boxes. And they've expanded their search for it, not just through the rubble, but now, as they truck the debris away, they've set up an area to take it in Staten Island, a landfill, where they empty the trucks by hand. And what they've been finding is, amidst the debris, the large pieces, unfortunately, human remains, which is separated, given to the FBI evidence response team, and then sent to the medical examiner. But they're also told to do a hand search through every piece of debris, looking for any sign of the black boxes.
And that's why our pictures at this particular site are a little bit misleading, because we see these great pieces of equipment just claw large bits and pieces of material and debris off the ground, dump it in a truck and take it away. But as it goes over to Staten Island, to the west from Manhattan, it does go through this whole process like a sieve process, where it gets reduced and reduced and reduced. So whereas people talked earlier in the week about the unlikelihood or the likelihood of finding the black boxes in New York City, that process may in fact lead to them being found.
They're constantly surprising themselves. You know, they didn't think that they'd be able to recover the entire plane, 90% of it from Flight 800, from 200 feet underwater. And the same with each of the victims. In this case, I mean, this is almost unsurmountable, but they have an awful lot of people working on it.
Okay, John Miller, thanks very much. We are, of course, waiting to see the president here in New York. He is here, and we will have a visual hookup with him in just a moment. Thank you. Yes, indeed, the 37-member congressional delegation came to New York. That's the 37-member New York congressional delegation, which came here with the president, flying in one of the giant helicopters. So that's at least how we know he got to where he is going from where he landed, but we do not know where he landed as of yet. And on board with the president today from Washington were the two New York senators, Senator Clinton and Senator Schumer. By the way, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, or let's figure out exactly where he's landing. We're all searching the skyline, and well, there are a couple of helicopters coming in now. And this is perhaps what the White House spokesman Ari Fleischer meant when he said that the beast, as it's sometimes referred to, and by that we mean the presidential entourage, not to mention the press corps, is going to be still a beast, but a smaller beast today. And as the Marine Corps brings in this delegation, which will include the press, we're trying to figure out exactly where he lands. If we could ask our director to maybe go back the next time to that helicopter landing and see if we can pick up the background here. I, for some reason, think that the president has landed on the eastern side of Lower Manhattan, but I am not absolutely sure, unless those buildings on the back are over there in the direction of Ellis Island. Is that the Ellis Island? Is that Ellis? I think that may be the Ellis Island Museum and Foundation on the other side, but it's very hard to tell from this particular perspective, so why should we guess? He'll be on the ground soon enough. At any rate, here's an interesting other dimension of the search. We've talked a lot during the week about the importance of cell phones. The Federal Emergency Management Agency says it now intends to collect, and may have done a considerable amount of this already, the cell phone numbers of everybody who is missing. And every cell phone in the nation, every cell phone company in the nation has agreed to pulse the numbers, to keep ringing the numbers in the hope that someone will answer. You recall that from underneath the rubble, we have already heard of people using their cell phones to try to call out. And at the very least, this may be another contributing factor to knowing where people are, whether, quite frankly, they have survived or not.
It's interesting, when this started, several people that I know are among the unaccounted for, and as we were sitting here that day watching this unfold, during breaks I would call the cell phones, and the cell phones would be ringing and go to voicemail, and by the second day, myself and other people who were calling were getting the cell phones of people unaccounted for saying mailbox full, which was strange and eerie. I mean, you'd hear somebody you know to be missing come on with their voice message, and then it would stop and someone would say the mailbox is full. So you know that so many people were trying to call into them because they were worried.
Here's one more aspect of the operation, and this is one more surprise to us, because you may recall earlier that the Federal Emergency Management Administration Agency said that everything was under control. The city had as much as it needed. The federal government was providing as much as the volunteers and the other rescue workers needed. But the Red Cross here in New York City, quite the contrary. The Red Cross says the city is, and these workers are in desperate need. And here's the quote: desperately needs the following supplies: work boots, work gloves, men's sweatpants and sweatshirts, socks, men's underwear, eye drops, hard hats, goggles, masks, and individually packaged food and drinks such as energy bars. So there is something of a conflict here, and not an unimportant conflict, about whether or not the people who are doing all the work there on the ground have all of the resources they need. It may well be that the fire department or the police department have all the resources they need. We met some firemen who'd driven in from Cincinnati in the middle of the night. They said they were immediately absorbed by one of the firehouses here in New York City, given a place to sleep, given all the stuff that they needed. But the Red Cross says that in more general teams, they have real needs. There is Senator Lieberman from Connecticut and Senator Clinton, a couple of the congressmen in this delegation who have landed with the president. And in many cases, there's Senator Schumer just crossing in front of the camera there. They've all got, you notice they've got FEMA jackets on, Federal Emergency Management Agency jackets, which is a very good, and one could argue appropriate, advertisement for this particular federal agency. But there are still needs in New York City, according to the Red Cross, which have not been filled. Work boots, work gloves, men's sweatpants and sweatshirts, socks, men's underwear, eye drops, hard hats, goggles, masks, and individually packaged food and drinks such as energy bars. So here they are. They are in New York City, and there are several helicopters. It may well be that this is the president circling in the air, but I would be surprised if the president were circling under any circumstances. And George Stephanopoulos, who knows, concurs immediately. The president will come in, he will come in directly, and he will come in fast, and this is certainly a more familiar presidential helicopter. This looks a lot more like Marine One, which we see shuttling back and forth between the White House to Andrews Air Force Base, and having the president come in on a larger helicopter with a large number of people. I think if it's okay with you, we'll just stay with those pictures down below. Is that okay with you? Thank you very much, Director. Thank you very much. Well, it gives us a sense of where we were. Maybe I wonder if you could ask the cameraman who's taking this live picture. Oh, I see, it's a pool camera. But if we have any connection with the pool cameras, it would be nice to see. This may well be the Wall Street heliport at the lower end of Wall Street, where everybody has landed. There are not an enormous number of landing facilities at the southern end of Manhattan, so this may well be the Wall Street heliport right at the foot of Wall Street. There is access on both the Hudson River side and the East River side to heliports, but this is what it may be, and I'm not quite sure why I'm so consumed with the notion of exactly where it is at the moment anyway. At any rate, another measure of how much has changed in these few short days. New York was not a particularly politically hospitable state for President Bush before all this. He was not particularly popular among his congressional delegation, which is dominated by Democrats, but he arrives now in New York as a very popular national leader and very welcomed by a city looking for moral, psychological, and financial help from him. And those same Democrats, as we heard certainly from Senator Clinton, in an interview here last night, the Democrats are filled with praise from him and very, very supportive, as is the country. ABC's Lisa Stark on aviation news. Lisa.
Well, Peter, I want to bring you some news we are just getting from the crash scene outside Pittsburgh. It was United Airlines Flight 93 that went down there, and it has been somewhat of a mystery about what brought the plane down in that location. Obviously, given what happened in the other 3 locations, we would assume that this plane, too, was heading toward a target. Well, Pennsylvania Senators Arlen Specter and Rick Santorum have now held a news conference at that location and have indicated that they have been privy to these cell phone conversations that were going on from passengers calling off that doomed jetliner. What they say is it now does appear that the passengers did try to overtake the hijackers on that airplane, and that is in fact what brought the jet down. That is according to the 2 senators. They also say that they have every reason apparently to believe that the plane may have been heading to the Capitol building, but was diverted by, as they call it, these heroic passengers. And they also say they will pursue freedom medals for the passengers. But again, the 2 Pennsylvania senators indicating they have at least seen transcripts of these cell phone conversations indicating that passengers did apparently try to storm the cockpit, try to stop the hijacking, and that is apparently what brought down United Flight 93.
Thanks very much, Lisa. That's very useful information. There have been rumors around to that effect. There have been reports to that effect in one cell phone message of one of the passengers on board to his family, what turned out to be a final conversation between Am and his family. That was very much the import of the message that we got from the family subsequently, and we will immediately put in a request for Senators Specter and Santorum to come and tell us what they have heard. But in Lisa's summary there, the cell phone story from the United flight which crashed in rural Pennsylvania does tell a story, according to the 2 senators, of an attempted taking over of the hijackers by the passengers on board, which led to it being brought down. They did try to breach the cockpit and get a hold or control of the aircraft. And there is some reason to believe, those senators say, that the plane was headed for the U.S. Capitol. That may in time answer some very, very, very important questions that we have been unable to answer for the last several days, given this was the one of the 4 aircraft which ended up nowhere near its apparently hijacker terrorist intended target. So the president is on the ground on New York City territory, and now he gets a chance to see for himself what he's only seen on television, and which a limited number of people have seen in person. I was just asking my colleague, Jog Miller, who is clearly unable to read my writing.
Never have been.
Whether or not we're pretty certain now this is the Wall Street heliport.
Yes.
Okay.
They've widened out. I've seen the landmarks. That's
Good,
where he is.
good. That's what I thought.
And that's a very common landing place for the presidential helicopter in New York.
And for businessmen coming and going from Wall Street, very often to their pleasure palaces, as it is sometimes said, further out along the beaches that extend all the way from New York City out to the end of Long Island to the east. Go ahead, George, please.
No, it's just that's Ari Fleischer, the presidential press secretary. He's just gotten off one of the helicopters and walking this way.
Always with a phone in his ear. Talking to somebody about some challenge, about some question. Mr. Fleischer has had more public airtime. That is
Karen Hughes.
I'm just wondering if it really was Karen. I wanted to wait for her to get a little closer. Karen Hughes, one of the president's principal advisors. And where goes the president? Almost invariably goes, that was indeed Karen Hughes, who's come with the president, and where goes the president, so goes Karen Hughes, and Karl Rove, his principal political advisor, who I bet you is right there behind that vehicle. And up until the president actually went to the White House, you could almost always see Joe Albaugh with the president on the campaign trail, certainly, and it is Joe Albaugh who is now the head of the Federal Emergency Management Agency. He's the guy who's been given a hard time a few minutes ago because there do appear to be shortages in New York. So here comes the press corps. I think probably everybody in the audience knows the president travels with what is called a tight pool, a camera team that represents the television networks and the cable channels, and we all get the video for the most part distributed to us at the same time. A transmission point will have been established before the president is here, and then the national magazines and the newspapers and the wire services all have some kind of representation. And the more media there is in the world, and there is so much now, the more representation is needed in the tight White House pool. Not an aircraft, we realize, but the president is just about to get off his helicopter, so perhaps we should we hang down there. Claire Shipman, you've been in lots of these visits, not this context, but I mean lots of presidential visits.
Oh, absolutely, and this one is obviously going to be quite different from any other presidential visit. As we were talking about yesterday, they're clearly trying to make it a relatively small operation, although, again, it turned out to be a fairly large congressional delegation that he was bringing with him. And it's awfully hard, frankly, to limit the size of the delegation, and the Secret Service and everybody with him when he travels. But the teams of people who put these things together are extraordinary, and they can really do it at a moment's notice. And they've certainly been working on it for the last 48 hours. I think this is also a continuation, as we were talking about earlier, Peter, of this dual role for the president as somebody who people can turn to as a national healer. And he has been very eager to get out and see the victims, the families of the victims, and the damage itself. But they've been looking hard to find a way to do it that just would not disrupt things too much in the city.
It's interesting, Claire. We get so focused on what we think is happening at the moment that we sometimes get caught very much off guard. George has just pointed out to me that we're looking at this helicopter, which has brought in the congressional delegation and the press corps, and the president got out of an SUV. And if we think about it for only 2 seconds, he's already been to see Mayor Giuliani. This is not exactly where he's going to meet the mayor. They've already had a conversation. to the best of my knowledge. And now now the president's about to make his public appearance at the World Trade Center. So he's been here. He landed somewhere else.
Now it is possible that he could have landed the helicopter at Gracie Mansion and helicoptered over, but you know, they've taken such precautions with security, Peter, in these last few days. I wouldn't be surprised at all if they did a lot of these decoys deliberately.
Because the last helicopter which landed was the exact representation of, as I said, a Marine One, which the president uses all the time to go back and forth between the White House and Andrews.
It is interesting that this SUV, as opposed to the usual Secret Service SUVs, has the presidential seal on the door, just as the presidential limo does, which is kind of a new touch.
Well, that will have been
seems to be the presidential SUV.
Well, there may be one available here in New York City all the time, or it may well have been brought up in advance. But there we are.
Ironically, the Secret Service offices were at the World Trade Center, and at the time of the first World Trade Center bombing, the presidential New York fleet is kept there and was damaged. So they moved it out.
There's a speaker open around here. I just might want to mention to somebody because we're getting a fairly negative reaction in terms of the sound. Michael Beschloss in Washington, please join us anytime you feel like it, including pointing out that you knew precisely that we were going to be fooled by all this, right?
Of course, in a situation like this, I think the security is so careful that probably the best thing they can do is to fool us. But I hate to keep on bringing it back to history, but it reminds you a little bit of the King and the Queen and the Blitz in London in the fall of 1940. They made a very big point of showing that they would walk among the rubble, talk to those that had been hurt, and also against a lot of advice, they stayed in London under the rain of bombs. Many of their security people said you should go out into the country. They felt that one of the biggest weapons that England had was morale, and that would be stiffened by their staying in London.
And there is no doubt that the president will be good for New York City's morale today, as he has clearly been for the country at this national prayer service at the National Cathedral. If you watched it with us a while ago, we cannot tell you. We're all sitting here looking at the pictures precisely as you are. We're not quite sure how the president will approach the site. We're not certain how close he will get to the site. We do know that there will obviously be some concern about his physical safety, and by this I mean in terms of the surrounding buildings. But as New York City officials have told us, all the surrounding buildings are structurally sound. There does not seem to be any particular reason why the president could not approach the actual hole itself, where a lot of that hand digging is going on. But he is now going up one of the entrance exit ramps from, somebody help me read the sign down below. I think it's the one that indicated to the helipad.
He's going up the northbound
of the East River Drive
portion of the East River Drive towards the Brooklyn Bridge. Interestingly, the trip to the World Trade Center would have been much shorter going the other way.
By which you mean?
Coming out of the Wall Street heliport, making a left, looping around the Battery, and you would be right there on West Street. So,
well, our assumption, of course, that he's going to the World Trade Center right away. Another assumption about which we may be wrong. But the point is, the point is very simply, the president is here to raise morale. The president is here to see in person for himself. The president is here to get personal, visible reaffirmation for himself that these commitments to New York City, that the city will get from the federal government everything it needs, is exactly why the president is here. And it may well be the president is here to see the families of people who have either died or who've suffered. That is unquestionably a part of his visit here. I cannot imagine that he would come and go from the city without doing that which every president would want to do. But the enormous security involved in this ordinarily simple trip is a reminder that he was actually scheduled to be in this city a week on Monday for the opening session of the annual meeting of the General Assembly of the United Nations, which even under normal circumstances is a giant security hassle for the United Nations, for the federal government, because the president is here, and for the city. Now, there has been a request made to the General Assembly to consider and perhaps postpone this annual meeting of the General Assembly unless the conditions here improve at this lower end of Manhattan, improve dramatically between now and then. It's going to be very, very difficult for the United Nations. The United Nations was one of the first places evacuated, and it may be, George, it may be that the annual meeting, which is so important to leaders from around the world, will be never canceled, but delayed or postponed.
Indefinitely.
What do you think?
Well, it may be. You know, we do have some information. Later this month, there were supposed to be the meetings of the IMF and the World Bank in Washington.
Right.
Now we have indications that those are all but certain to be canceled.
But they haven't been canceled.
Not yet.
They were shortened originally. They haven't been canceled yet.
We've had some information this morning that the officials involved have made the recommendations. So far, the only agency that's balking is the United States Treasury Department, but there are a lot of indications that decision will be made before the end of the weekend. As you point out,
what do you mean the Treasury Department is balking at what? Canceling the World Trade meeting?
Or at least announcing it right away.
Meeting?
Yes, canceling the World Bank and IMF meetings. As far as the UN General Assembly goes, as you well point out, even in the best of times, that meeting completely locks up Manhattan, the entire East Side, and all throughout Midtown. But now with all of downtown Manhattan blocked out as well, just even if you took away all the diplomatic reasons to go forward, just logistically it would seem to be impossible.
I understand that, but I have to tell you, again, it's just one man's opinion. I think that it's important, and this is just my opinion, it is important for the World Bank meeting and the International Monetary Fund meeting to go forward. And I think it's important to this to go forward because everything that does not go forward says to the terrorists who have committed this act or who revel in the commitment of this act, hey, look what we accomplished.
Although I think there's no question you're right about that. Remember, there were already going to be problems with the World Bank and the IMF because of this spate of anti-globalization protests we've seen at every meeting of the World Bank and the IMF.
And I think it's very,
years.
I agree with you, and I think it's very difficult to decide on where they're going to be held. The next meeting of the G8, the industrial nations, is going to be held in Canada, and the Canadian Prime Minister Jean Chrétien decided it was going to be held in Alberta. It's actually going to be held in the same place they had the ski jumping and some of the cross country for the Winter Olympics. What year were they? 1988 in Canada, in Calgary. They're going to be in the middle of nowhere.
Not a lot of cross streets.
They're going to be in the middle of nowhere, and this is how dissatisfied people in the world, many of whom are legitimately dissatisfied. I'm talking now about large numbers of governmental organizations who want to have their public presence felt at these world industrial meetings, have been forced into a situation where they're not going to be able to by those people who come just purely to cause disruption.
Which only reinforces the arguments of many of the protesters who say that these organizations are too closed.
Absolutely, but I was thinking purely in logistical and security terms at the moment, so I think you may be closer to being right on the whole question of the United Nations General Assembly meeting. I wonder, Ms. Gabriner, if we could invest in a call to the Secretary General's office while we are here by somebody and simply ask whether any decision has been made or whether it is being considered. The White House, by the way, has just issued a statement. If we can come back, we can't come back down to that flag for just a second, but extending the proclamation for all flags to be flown at half-staff by one additional week. White House asking all Americans and ordering federal, state facilities to keep their flags at half-staff through Saturday, September the 22nd, rather than following the original White House proclamation asking them for it to be flown at half-staff through Sunday, September the 16th, would be this Sunday. So the White House is asking for another week. And I'm not even sure the White House would have needed to ask for the flags, at least on non-official structures, to be extended for that period. I'm pretty sure the country will keep them up for some lengthy period of time, whatever the federal government decides. All right, John.
I'm working on it.
Miller. The truth of the matter is, by presidential standards, this is not a huge motorcade. Yes, Michael Beschloss.
Well, you know, Peter, you were talking about the possibility of delaying the UN session. A little bit of a precedent for the problem was in the fall of 19 1961 when the Secretary General of the UN, Dag Hammarskjöld, died in a plane crash in Africa amid some suspicions, and there was a feeling that perhaps you delay or cancel the session of the General Assembly in his honor, and basically people felt that to honor him would be to go forward, and plus the fact that there was some worry at that time that if the session did not go forward, that the Russians would impose a troika and you'd never have the United Nations again, so they sort of seized the opportunity.
Okay, we'll see what happens in this particular instance, Michael. Yes, George.
We've been on again. I've been on email with
who has not been
all day with an international consultant acquaintance of mine who was listening to our talk and said that he had heard that the annual meeting of the General Assembly may be in Geneva, so they're already looking for alternatives.
Oh, that's very interesting. I hadn't heard that. Thank your friend, and we'll certainly check with the United Nations this afternoon. The United Nations has had very little attention since all this happened, except that it was, like a lot of the other very high-profile structures in New York, immediately evacuated, and that part of the eastern side of Manhattan, along the East River, has virtually been ignored in all of this chaos.
Here you're looking, of course, at what was left of 7 World Trade Center, which collapsed into the rest of the rubble. It was the last building to fall, while we're waiting to catch up to the President's motorcade, which is winding its way somewhere through the streets of Manhattan to a destination that is so far unknown. Usually the presidential schedule is a fairly public matter, but in these times, the destinations have not been publicized in advance, and as you've heard, we've taken a guess at a couple of those. This, of course, looking along West Street, north of the World Trade Center, or where the World Trade Center once stood.
I'm going to... indeed. Where is Betsy at the moment? Betsy Stark? Is Betsy Stark hear me? Where are you? Oh, you're downtown. Good. We've been dying to hear from you because Betsy Stark has been touring the New York Stock Exchange this morning with the chairman of the New York Stock Exchange and can tell us better than anybody what it looks like and whether it'll be ready to run on Monday.
Well, Peter, I can tell you that the exchange is determined to open on Monday, despite some pretty daunting odds. When we were down there this morning, it was very eerie to see how quiet it was, how empty the streets were on what is normally a busy Friday, a busy trading day. Efforts are being made to get this ready for an influx of 3,000 staff that is inside the New York Stock Exchange, and for some 100,000 people who support the work of the New York Stock Exchange. They're literally hosing down buildings, Peter, to try to clear the air of the dust that remains. The acrid smell of smoke is still present, even inside the exchange. I saw indoor air cleaning trucks sitting outside. And I asked the chairman of the exchange, what about the air quality down here? Is it safe to breathe? He said, well, that's something the city is testing all the time. There will be a test tomorrow of how well the New York Stock Exchange connects technologically in terms of phone lines to its member firms. In other words, will they be able to send a huge flow of buy and sell orders from their trading desks, some of which are operating out of disaster contingency sites, to the exchange? It won't be a full test of how well they can actually transport all the people who need to come into the Wall Street area. The Wall Street subway station is boarded up. As you know, 2 subway stations in Lower Manhattan, the one that fed into the World Trade Center and Rector Street, have actually collapsed. They said if necessary, they will use private buses and vans to get people to the exchange Monday morning. They want to send a message that the world's biggest stock market, the U.S. financial markets, are ready to do business, and they're prepared to go to great lengths to do that, Peter.
Okay. Can we just run through this again? And I think perhaps to satisfy people's interest in the president, maybe we should look at the location where the president is and listen to you. With these cameras, I think we're able to keep, not necessarily see the president at the moment, but see him when he shows up. Air quality, recognize the city is looking into that. The subway stations. Now, New York City authorities told me that they'd been through all the tunnels now, and that all the tunnels were being very closely inspected, and he thought they were in pretty good shape. Did you say that a couple of the stations were boarded up and damaged underneath?
Well, as I understand it, Peter, there are 2 subway stations that feed into the area that some people probably use as their regular subway lines that are unusable. There are other subway stations, including the Wall Street station, that are structurally sound, I've been told, but are still boarded up. By Monday morning, Dick Grasso of the New York Stock Exchange says the city tells him they'll be ready and ready to transport people. But I can tell you, we peered down into the subway station, and it's still covered with dust. It's still that they haven't done that part of the cleanup.
But the much more important thing, because you can get people down on bus. I mean, look at the people who are there now from the various fire departments. The president's coming in with a large entourage. It's not the thousands of people, I grant you, but those avenues and passageways are becoming more open all the time. The question is the telecommunications company situation. The Verizon switching building that controls, 40% of Lower Manhattan's telephone lines, and 20% of those used by the stock exchange, was severely damaged. So what's the status there?
Dick Grasso, ever the optimist, Peter, says that that's the sort of thing they will be testing on Saturday. They're not going to be 100%. They're not going to have all the phone lines they're used to having, but they think they will have enough to be operational. And make no mistake, they want to do this right. In terms of restoring public confidence, for them to open the exchange and not be able to handle the order flow would send a very disturbing message. So that's what they're going to be testing, not just once tomorrow at 10 a.m., but throughout the weekend. There has been damage to Verizon, as you say, is in the process of restoring service. They've said they may put some phone cable lines overground on top of the street if they can't in time get them under the street as they usually do.
All right, let me ask on behalf of all investors in the country, and there are now 70 million investors in the stock market in the country, the much more important question. How do regulators and Wall Street officials strike a balance between the goal of a normally functioning market and the possibility that people will wish to sell or buy with great intensity when the market opens on Monday?
Peter, one of the things that you hear from officials is whatever happens in the market will happen. We're not going to place any restrictions on trading because that's not what we do in U.S. markets. When this market opens Monday, if there's a wave of selling, so be it. We want to let the market be the market, and I think they're trying to look abroad and see a measure of calm has been restored to overseas markets after an initial wave of selling. It was never panic selling. It certainly was an emotional reaction to the downside. And I think they're somewhat relieved to see that that investor sentiment has calmed a bit, and I'm sure they're hoping that's what will prevail Monday morning.
Okay.
I'll tell you another interesting thing.
Please.
I asked Dick Grasso, will visitors be allowed to come into the exchange? Won't there be heightened security? He said, certainly there will be heightened security. There already is tight security at the New York Stock Exchange, but he said this is the people's market, and we're not going to stop visitors from coming here.
Many thanks, Betsy Stark. We look forward to seeing you and talking to you when you get back. There's one other important development in terms of the stock market in Washington today. The Securities and Exchange Commission hasn't been firmed out yet, but was expected to temporarily ease their restrictions on companies buying back their own shares as a way of pumping more money into the market. You've heard any number of financial investors in the last several days and financial management officials say that what the country or what the market particularly needs is liquidity. But under current Security and Exchange Commission rules, corporations are restricted from buying or selling more than a specific volume of their own shares and from also trading at the market's opening and closing. And there is some consideration being given by the Exchange Commission in Washington to easing those restrictions when the market opens on Monday. We'll tell you when we know more. But in terms of the destruction to the stock exchange itself and up and down Wall Street, everywhere we look, and from every company we hear, computer equipment was destroyed. Water, in many cases, flooded buildings' sub-basements. And workers are, in some buildings, still unable to get to the bottom of those basements simply because of the debris that has built up as a result of these astonishing explosions. Four, if you think about it, 4 astonishing explosions, the 2 aircraft into the twin trade towers, and then the collapse of each of the 2 trade towers, the resounding impact of which the president is about to see for himself. And by the way, we do acknowledge that a number of you, and we have not done it at all today, a number of you have sent messages to us, both on email and on the telephone, saying that you are distressed by the fairly regular appearance you see on some television channels of the actual attack on the building by the aircraft or the collapse of the buildings. And we're very mindful of that and have done our best. I realize this sounds a little self-aggrandizing, but have done our best to be really judicious in these last couple of days with images which we know seriously trouble a great many people. So these guys know the president is there. Come on, John Miller. I must tell you, I told you when I came back this morning that one of the most difficult things being there, night or dark, is the disorienting factor. And it isn't, George, you've been there much more than any of us, I think. It's not just because the trade towers are missing, but because they are principally missing, you lose your sense of perspective where you are in this particular part of Manhattan.
And it's so odd. You really do never know which way you're supposed to be turning. And then on top of that, Peter, you talk about being geographically disoriented. And the Verizon building being down. One of the biggest difficulties you have down there now is it's nearly impossible to get any kind of cell phone coverage on top of everything else. So there's no way to communicate with anybody who's outside of your immediate vicinity.
You know, when you and I were talking yesterday, and you took that camera and you toured around, 2 things. First of all, stay a commentator. Don't become a cameraman. But you didn't have enough time to stop and focus with your camera, at least, on the Federal Building or on Trinity Church. And as you go down to this disaster area, I don't know if other people have had the same impression. First of all, the Federal Building, right next door to all this, right next door to this, is one of those rock-solid, built like a you-know-what buildings that just oozes solidity.
And the other one block.
Right. Yeah. And the other is Trinity Church. You caught a glimpse of it, George, yesterday as you were walking by. You know, we're talking immediate proximity of the trade towers here, right at the edge of Wall Street.
And the spire.
And Trinity Church is just standing, as best I could tell, absolutely intact. Now, the cemetery is full of stuff.
And some of the gravestones have crumbled over. But you're right, that Trinity Church itself is just standing tall, and you wouldn't think it would be possible, particularly because that you would think something would have happened to the spire. It reaches a point, but it's stayed completely strong as well. That's behind.
I was going to, and in fairness, this is your video of yesterday, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
That's not so bad. Not so bad. I mean, you do come away with a deep sense of appreciation. By the way, the Millennium Hotel appears to be fine.
Right, except for an awful lot of windows that are blown out. But yeah, people were working right around it.
There's
Trinity
the little
graveyard
cemetery
right there. And that's the south side.
But as you said, it's a very disorienting experience in so many ways. In human and emotional terms, it's been utterly disorienting for the people who've been there for all the reasons we've said before.
And Peter, you mentioned earlier, not only the ground site itself, you said that not much attention has been paid to the east of the World Trade Center, which was in some ways, for me, I got to tell you, the eeriest part of all of Manhattan yesterday, because all of those buildings are intact, but there's no water, there's no phone, and everyone has abandoned
that area.
So that is truly a ghost town, even though it's standing tall.
Well, the FDR Drive, the Franklin Delano Roosevelt Drive on the east side of Manhattan, which goes up and then across the Triborough Bridge to LaGuardia Airport, is still closed in very large portions, certainly down in that part of the city. So if you're driving the wrong way down it, night or day at this particular moment, you have a sense of freedom that New Yorkers rarely get, at least physically, in this regard.
It's interesting the setup they have here. I mean, they've set up what appears to be a rope line for the president to work, where everybody behind the rope line is a firefighter. There's an FBI agent or two in there, or a rescue worker, and it's so rare that you see all of the official people behind the rope line instead of in front of it in this case, lined up around the corner at Chambers Street.
Well, I was going to even add to that, John, by saying that in political campaigns and very often in presidential appearances, it is the faithful who get on the rope line. George Stephanopoulos, you know this better.
Wait for hours and hours and hours.
Well, I was going to say the politically faithful, and you know this better than most on campaigns. You want in the front line those people who are most exhilarated at the thought of seeing the president. But here you have one of those occasionally unusual occurrences in which a president is going to greet the people who are absolutely central to the issue at hand.
Right, and I got to say, just watching it there, I wonder what the rope line is going to be like. Most presidential rope lines, as you point out, are these exuberant affairs. You would feel here like he would just go down and very solemnly shake everyone's hand, but you don't know how the firefighter's going to react.
Well, you think about it, presidents go overseas and they see the troops under difficult circumstances, and the troops are just simply inspired by the fact that the commander-in-chief is coming. I must say I'm very struck by the somberness, the obvious somberness of the firefighters. If they're not working on the hill or the pyramid, as the commissioner of police calls them, because having seen them working by hand, he now knows how the pyramids were built. But when they're not working on it, they just stand there in little knots together, maybe with their firehouse somewhere else. There's no conversation. There's no sound. There's no conversation. There's that dejected look where they just wait until it's their turn to go back on the hill again.
And all that's enhanced by just extreme fatigue. I can't tell you how many of the firefighters I spoke to in the 2 days I was down there who had been down at the site from the very moment the plane hit on Tuesday. They had worked something like 24 to 40 hours straight, and it was just incredible.
In terms of the firefighters, let's drop down in the corner there while we keep an eye on the presidential procession. Some observations about firefighters from Dennis Smith, fireman and author.
The first day was essentially assessment and waiting for the imminent dangers to subside. For instance, there was that 47-story building, and then finally we waited until that collapsed. And when it collapsed, then there was an army of people. These are firefighters, police officers, EMTs, and the steel workers and other construction workers. And they went in, I mean, instantly. It was like a cavalry charge, essentially, and began attacking these mounds of debris that exist. When you get in there, deep into this area, which no one can really see from the street, what it is like if you think of the old pickup sticks game. It's essentially that. There's a bunch of pickup sticks, except they're steel beams, and there are hundreds of them all around, and filled with voids and dirt and debris. So what we've been doing is we dig into what void we think has some potential, and then bucket brigades are started.
Hey, we need buckets and a couple guys!
I found myself in a hole, deep in a hole, with the beams and hundreds of firefighters above me, and I was down there with maybe 7 other firefighters, and we were digging it out. And you dig it out by buckets and buckets. You know, these buildings, it took 3 years to put these buildings up, and we're taking them down bucket by bucket. So you can imagine the extraordinary laborious effort that this is. I've got to say this, that I never before worked with steel workers, but I really saw steel workers doing extraordinary things here. I have been in many big emergency situations, but I've never seen anything like this. This is just a phenomenal thing. It's stunning. And I think that the firefighters who are working here, in fact, everybody who is working here, has not yet internalized the magnitude of these deaths. I know that I haven't.
Dennis Smith, I was going to call him a former firefighter because he's retired, but in fact this incident makes it clear that firefighters do not retire when needed. And he is, of course, the author of a best-selling book. He comes from a fire department in the Bronx. But John Miller, you were relating the story of his book, which was a nonfiction book, to what's happening today, which I found fascinating.
Yeah, he was the author of Report from Engine Company 82, which was a best-selling book about perhaps the most harrowing days to be a New York City firefighter, when the South Bronx was burning on a daily basis, and the firefighters were going around the clock through raging fires through old buildings, and of course running into those buildings every day because they were tenements often filled with people making rescues. And he wrote about the life of a fireman, a civil servant in a desperately poor neighborhood in a very busy time to be a firefighter.
And you just hear him say today he's been to a lot of stuff in his career, and he just doesn't think people have internalized yet with the magnitude of the death and destruction here. By the way, our political unit and our senior White House correspondent, Terry Moran, tell me now that the president's main stop, in which we can see, is going to be this intersection where 2 fire trucks were destroyed. And he is going to meet with the firefighters there. And then he's going to meet privately with some of the families who lost family here at the World Trade Center. We're told by Terry and by our political unit director, Mark Halperin, that he wanted to go to a hospital, but they decided that that was too complicated. So that appears to be the itinerary as of now. No decision, by the way, has been made about the United Nations General Assembly meeting, which was due to open here on the 24th of September. The member states, 185 now member states of the United Nations, are, I think that's the correct figure, are discussing the options. It is up to them to decide, and no decision has as yet been made. And my belief is that we have with us at the moment Cardinal McCarrick, the Archbishop of Washington. Am I right, Mark? Cardinal McCarrick, are you with us?
I am.
First of all, thank you for joining us. Under normal circumstances, we would put you on camera and look at you while we're listening to you, but I think you'll understand, and you probably also want to join us and watch what the President is doing as well.
I'm fine right where I am. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for coming after the national prayer service today. We were talking very briefly after the national service today about a very close connection you have here in the fire department. Michael Lynch, who's like a nephew to you, is missing in the wreckage, and he was, as I recall, one of the first group on the scene.
Yes, that's what we believe, because he was from one of the companies in the south of Manhattan, which were called to the scene right early in the operation.
Can I ask you? You've heard absolutely nothing yet. You've had no confirmation one way or the other.
Exactly. The difficulty, of course, is that Michael was going to be married in November, and the bridal shower was this Saturday. So his poor fiancée, and of course the whole family, is very anxious and very concerned and worried, as you would imagine.
And you were going to conduct the service?
Yes, I was all set for it. I married a brother of his about a month ago, when Michael was the best man, and we were chatting about the wedding and looking forward to it. But all things are subject to change in God's great providence.
Well, you know, it makes you the perfect person, if I may say so, to ask what you genuinely think it meant today, the power of prayer and the real power of that service at the National Cathedral.
Well, I think it means a lot of things. On the one hand, it is always good to be together. No one should be alone at times like this. When you are in pain, when you're in trouble, when you're when you're suffering, when you're grieving, it's always good not to be all by yourself, and to be with a friend or with a family, and that's what we were this morning. The presence of President Bush and so many other of the leaders of our country, and religious leaders from every religious conviction were present, and there was a feeling of togetherness. And of course, ultimately and most importantly, it's the togetherness with God. We felt that we were with the Lord, with our Lord who is our Father, in all the great traditions of the book, all the Muslim, Judeo-Christian tradition. We all look at God as a loving Father, and as someone who created us and who looks after us. And I think that was so present there in all the prayers that were uttered, in all the great hymns that were sung. Mm-hmm. It was America together, it was us together, and it was, I think, a great therapeutic sign for all those who are grieving.
Well, it was no question. I don't mean to be glib about it. Well, I guess I do mean to be a little glib about this, sir, that the Christians certainly had an edge on the hymns.
Well, we just happen to have very nice hymns, or else we're culturally conditioned to our hymns and maybe not to others.
Well, that's a very good point, which leads me to mention the presence today of the Islamic, the imam there, the Muzammil Siddiqui this morning. Was it particularly important today, do you think, to have not just the Jewish and the Christian faith represented, as we often see, but to have Islam represented there in the National Cathedral?
Oh, I think very much so. For a number of reasons. On the one hand, it was important because Islam is one of the largest growing religions in the United States, and therefore it's important that they be represented as part of the American scene. Secondly, it was important because unfortunately many people now are looking to criticize and to put blame on not just on the perpetrators on whom blame should be put and whom justice should be meted out, but on groups of people, on Muslims, on people of Islam. And that's such an unfortunate thing. I would hope that we will pass through that stage very quickly.
Cardinal O'Connor, can you, I'm sorry for interrupting, can you see a monitor where you are?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I would not want to sit you in one of those empty rooms so that you couldn't share in this experience of seeing the president.
No, I'm watching the procession of cars go by.
Okay. Dr. Billy Graham, 82 years old, said today that he believes that religion and spirituality are to some extent in decline in the modern world. You know better than most that attendance at Catholic Church is down. It's more difficult to get people to go into the priesthood. And Dr. Graham said this morning that he thought that perhaps this incident might lead to a resurgence of fundamental spirituality in the country, and by that I don't mean fundamentalism.
Well, of course, Dr. Graham, like the rest of us, and he very specially, because he's one of the great preachers of our time, Dr. Graham and all of us have to be optimists. The Christian and the Jew and the Muslim, all those who believe in the one God have to be people of hope. And it's the hope that God can bring good out of evil, that God can bring grace out of the fallen nature of our own society. The old line that God writes straight with crooked lines, I think, is true. It's, I guess, not great consolation to those who have lost someone, but I think taking the long view, that is true, that in times of trouble, in times of catastrophe, in times of great national disaster, such as we're going through now, people do turn back to God. If I may, just the other day, watching on Tuesday, people who were seeing the terrible attacks by the planes on those buildings, almost in every case, somebody would say, "Oh my God, oh my God." Mm-hmm. I think that says something. It says that we're not just thinking that way because it's culturally conditioned, but I think when things get tough, we turn to the Lord, we turn to God, and maybe we'll do it as a nation. Wouldn't it be great?
I don't, under any I don't want, sir, to cut you off in the middle of the next answer, but you appreciate where the president is.
I understand.
But I do want to ask you the question that Dr. Graham said today he wrestled with, and I'm sure a lot of people in the country who are religious, or that's not the right word, a lot of people in the country are asking the question, so why does God allow such evil?
Well, of course, Dr. Graham's answer, the first part of it was the one we all come up with. It's a mystery, and we often don't know. But I think you have to look at the extraordinary love and respect that God has for each one of us. The respect that God has for his creatures is so great that he gives us this freedom of will. It's that freedom of will that allows us to become great saints, that allows us to become extraordinary people, that allows people to do great things, heroic things, wonderful things. And unfortunately, it's that same freedom of will that allows us to do terrible things, that allows us to walk away from the good and the joyful and the beautiful that we see, that allows us to be criminals and murderers and even the terrible perpetrators of these crimes. But it's all part of that mystery that God wants people to have that great gift of freedom of will, and he doesn't impose the right on us. We're allowed to do evil, and I guess if he would take that away, it would in a certain sense destroy our being really human beings. And God wants us to be able to live that way and to love that way and to make our lives that way. I think that's part of it.
Well, thank you, sir, for that. Now may we go back to secular matters.
Yes, sir.
You're born in New York City.
Right. I'm originally a Virginian, though, but so I'm coming back south.
So you do think of yourself as a Virginian or a New Yorker?
Well, now that I'm in Washington, I'm starting to think of myself again as a Virginian.
Well, I was wondering about that, because there you are back in the tall cotton there in Washington, as a Texan would say. I wonder if you miss New York and you'd like to be here. So
well, of course, in the beginning, you miss the New York, New Jersey area, because I've been out of New York for 20 years. I've been in New Jersey for 20 years. So if I'm anything as an older adult, it's a New Jerseyan. But of course, you miss some of it. But I've been so busy now that I'm in Washington. The people have been so good to me that I think more a Washingtonian now than anything else.
Oh, you certainly are diplomatic. Right. John Miller, the president is you can always tell the president getting closer now, because please don't leave us as Cardinal McCarrick. We'd love you to be able to sit there and watch this. I just want to say also that we have with us on the telephone or in front of a camera, I'm not altogether sure which, at the Capitol, and we're going to do the same thing with him as we have with Cardinal McCarrick, if he doesn't mind, which is simply talk to us while we're watching these scenes. Senator Rick Santorum from Pennsylvania. And Senator, you've just been out to the crash site, I believe, in Pennsylvania, and you've held a news conference, and you now apparently have more knowledge about the cell phone calls made from the United Airlines that crashed in Pennsylvania than the rest of us do. Can you talk to us just a bit about it?
Well, I wouldn't say I have more knowledge about the cell phone calls. I think maybe I have more knowledge about all the circumstances in which the crash occurred, and you know, the information.
Senator, can you see a monitor where you are, by the way?
I can.
You can?
Yeah.
You can or cannot?
I can. There's a monitor
all right,
in front
so
of me.
Perhaps while you talk to us, just take your time, and we'll just watch the president here, and I don't want to cut you off in the middle, but please tell us your story of the day.
Okay, well, I'll try to be very quick. I guess the information is that some of the reports of these cell phone calls are accurate. Some are not as accurate as others, but the fact of the matter is that this plane, has been described to us as was flying at a very low altitude, about 7,000 feet above ground level, and at a very, very high rate of speed, about 400 and 450 miles an hour. And you know, if you take that into consideration, the amount of disruption, particularly to a pilot that's not particularly skilled at flying these aircraft, to cause an airplane to go down at that altitude and at that speed would probably be less than what maybe some people think would have to occur to bring a plane down. And so it just from Senator Specter and I, as looking at that and sort of analyzing as best we could what the reports were, it seemed to me that the likelihood of something like that occurred is at least under those circumstances, seems to be a lot higher than maybe originally thought.
Senator Santorum, just hang on for a minute, will you? Because the president is now amidst the firefighters here, very close to ground zero. In fact, actually at a street corner where a couple of fire rigs suffered terribly when the buildings collapsed. We're not able to hear, of course, because we're looking at this from some distance away. But there's the president in the middle in a raincoat, reaching out to touch the firefighters who have worked here without any respite to speak of over the last several days. And we can't hear, of course, as I said, but we will be able to hear later because there is a camera with him and we may be able to pick up his conversations later on. But the president has certainly, as his first public gesture here, come to meet the men who have done so much. It is not a cliche to say that as so many people fled the turmoil and the chaos at the trade centers, the fellow workers, the fellow firefighters of these who were standing here today, and in some cases perhaps these themselves, were on their way towards the building. And a hand goes up in the hope that the president will touch it, or perhaps as a greeting. And one of the reasons there is such sadness and such somberness in the police department, in the fire department here, is because every guy who was working down there probably knows somebody and may even be related to somebody who died. 300 members of the New York Fire Department are missing and feared lost in these circumstances. I believe the number is precisely 300 at the moment, according to the mayor of New York. And so the president has come to see not just those individuals who are working so hard here today, but who, as much as anybody, more so than others, are emblematic of the struggle to help people survive. I know that Cardinal McCarrick has to leave. Cardinal McCarrick, thank you very much for joining us today.
I'm very grateful to you for the opportunity, and God bless you for the work you've done over these last 72 hours. You've been great.
Thank you very much, Cardinal McCarrick. I'm very glad you came and called on us.
Thank you.
Cardinal Theodore McCarrick, the Archbishop of Washington, claims if he's anything, he's from New Jersey, but he was born in New York. And he, like so many people, suffering with extraordinary sense of calm at the loss of a fireman from the New York department, Michael Lynch, who was, like his nephew, who he was going to marry in a very short period of time. Now, these firefighters wearing different colored hats in many cases, not just always black, some black with yellow, some white. Some of that is a representation of rank.
The white hats are chiefs.
Some of it is representation of departments, and departments which have come in some cases from many, many other parts of the country. They've driven here, they've gotten the bus and come. They've come even without being asked to offer their services and have been absorbed into this enormous effort being made by this department here.
Peter, no doubt far more would have come had the airports been open, had it been possible. Remember, during Oklahoma City, you had firefighters from all over the country flying to Oklahoma City, and it's clear there would be more here if it were easier to get here.
And certainly most of large county fire departments and city fire departments has specific search and rescue divisions within them, because go to an earthquake on the other side of the world, and there is somebody, I always remember Daytona, Florida.
You know, you see Daytona, Florida, you see Fort Lauderdale, you see Fairfax, Virginia, the urban search and rescue teams that work all over the world.
That's the police commissioner there.
Bernard Carrick.
Bernard Carrick with the president on the left, short, strong, mustache. The police commissioner has in his office, on a chair beside his desk now, a flag that was blown off the flagstaff in front of one of the buildings in the midst of the trade tower complex, and was captured quite by happenstance by a lamppost about half a block away. And some of the cops picked up the flag, and it was delivered to him, to his office, with a note, and it is folded, and it is filthy, and there's a note in it from the men who gave it to him, which says, if I recall, you know, you told us at one time, sir, just keep on fighting the good fight, and that's exactly what we're doing. And the flag clearly represents so much to the police commissioner at the moment that he's actually frightened to touch it. Somebody asked, frightened, anxious about touching it. Somebody said this morning, what would you like me to do with this, sir? And he said, just leave it there. Just leave it there. I'm not sure what to do with it yet. The congressional delegation, of course, is in here as well. Right in the middle, the man with the receding hairline is Senator Schumer. of New York. I cannot see Senator Clinton in there, but
I can't see that.
But I'm almost certain there. And Governor Pataki, who we have seen this week almost exclusively in his fire department or his
state police
jacket on, is there with his state police jacket on as well. Just there to the left, you see in white letters, State Police, and he's quite taller than most, and he has a blue baseball cap on as well. The man has just put his hand up to wave to folks. That's the governor of New York. And I can't see the mayor.
The mayor is in there. He's wearing a FDNY, Fire Department of New York hat, baseball hat.
Senator Santorum, thank you for hanging on for just a second. Would you just like to finish the story? You tell us a story about an aircraft flying at low altitude, and having seen what you saw today, I know that you were told about but did not see a transcript of the conversations. And do you now affirmatively believe, or do you now believe quite firmly, that there was a struggle on board the aircraft involving the passengers and the terrorists, and that this led to the plane crashing?
There seems to be no doubt. I mean, one of the theories that obviously has been floated about, we got questions about this, whether there was any other interception of this aircraft, whether there's any military interception. From what we have observed on the ground, there was no debris, airplane debris prior to the crash site. All of the subsequent debris was downwind, so nothing could have hit the aircraft. There would have been pieces prior to the crash. There was no shooting out of the air, and at this low altitude, at that speed, given what we've heard from the transcripts and the cell recordings, it seems very obvious to me that this was something of an act of heroism, and that's why I brought a flag that was flown over the Capitol to present to the on-site coordinator there, because many of us here in Capitol Hill believe that plane was headed toward the United States Congress, and we believe that as a result of the actions of those people on that plane, the United States Congress building and the Capitol building is there today, and so we wanted to make sure a flag from the Capitol was flying at that site in memory of those people and their heroism. Now,
I gather that you say you have every reason to believe the plane was headed to the Capitol building, but was diverted by your description, heroic passengers. How do you know it was headed for the Capitol building? Well, I mean, we've all sorts of information that's been bandied about here. I can't say, I don't think anyone will confirm that. I don't think we may never absolutely know that. But I think one of the things that is, again, most senators believe from a variety of information that we've been sent to us, that this plane was likely headed in this direction. And certainly the coordinates were directed, the last heading was directed directly at Washington, D.C. If you think about what is the sole beacon of freedom and opportunity for the world, I can think of no other symbol than the United States Capitol building. And when most of us have again a very strong belief that that's where it was headed. Well, Senator, I apologize, and please don't think me rude, but I want to just slow down for just a second and think about this again. You've said two things. You believe, at one point you say you believe it was headed for the Capitol building.
That's correct.
And then you say, according to the coordinates, it was last headed in the direction of Washington, D.C.
Correct.
Can you be absolutely specific with us about what you believe?
I'm not. What I'm saying is I'm giving you the facts that I know. The facts that I know is that it was headed toward Washington, D.C.
Okay.
My belief is, and I think given, again, what the belief is about the other plane that was headed, that crashed into the Pentagon, again, there's a lot of speculation that plane was actually headed toward the White House.
So you, sir, I apologize for the interruption. You, sir, are also speculating that it was headed.
That's correct.
Okay.
Absolutely.
That's all I want.
No question about it. I'm sorry, Peter. I didn't mean to say that. I'm giving you any factual information. This is what my belief is, and I think it's a belief that's shared by many here on Capitol Hill.
Okay. Thanks, Senator Santorum, for the time. I appreciate it. Just wanted to nail that down as we go back to look at the presidential visit here to Washington. The senator believes, but admits that it is speculation that this aircraft was headed for the Capitol, but he acknowledges what there was something of a consensus around that before that struggle occurred on the aircraft, one of the things it might have done, we've never had this absolutely confirmed, it might have done was to ask for a change of flight plan which would have put it in the direction of the capital. But we're not sure of any of it, to be perfectly honest.
Meanwhile, President Bush is still just greeting all of the firefighters down there near the site.
You see such a mix of workers there. You have firefighters, iron workers, the hard hat workers, federal agents, ATF agents, FBI agents, all in the crowd in the line. It was divided up. The first row was all New York City firefighters. Then there was a large section of the out-of-town firefighters from all the smaller towns outside New York City, and then the construction people. Scores of iron workers in gangs of 25 and 50, I mean that in the nicest way, work gangs, have showed up there with their own acetylene torches and equipment from the very first day to cut through all the rebar and metal that's keeping some of the people digging through the site from getting lower. And they've been, because of their knowledge and equipment, an integral part of this operation from the beginning. So it's only fitting that they're in there with the people who are more accustomed to being rescue workers on a daily basis.
Once again, the camera looks a little uncertain at times, and that's because the distance between what's actually happening and our camera position. It's interesting, that's what Stephen Smith said, the firefighter slash author slash firefighter, whichever he would prefer, that the thing that he'd never done before in all this time was to work with steelworkers. And John Quinones, Bob Brown at ABC, we've run it a couple of times now, Bob Brown, wonderful report from Bob, following the steelworkers, the sons of those who built the World Trade Center in the 60s had come back here to work on this site. There are so many connections like that at this particular site of catastrophe. Speaking of connections, since Tuesday, more than 10 million people have gone to our message boards at abcnews.com to express themselves. And it's an astonishing number because we are well aware how many websites there are available in the country at which to express yourselves. It may be that they've all had that volume or more, but the internet has been, appears to have been vital in these 4.5 days for people to talk about it, as we have been urged so often to do. Our colleagues at ABC News are constantly soliciting messages of hope and condolence that they are posting in our Times Square ticker. If you've been in Times Square, you may have seen on television, ABC News has a huge screen at the Good Morning America studios down there. And our colleagues at abcnews.com are putting people's messages up on the ticker. Many people have checked in at the website looking for information on survivors and victims and rescue efforts. And for those people who've called us, and hundreds and thousands of people have called as well, many of them in a desperate state of mind, we have ended up referring many of them to abcnews.com because they, more than any other division within this division, have been able to cover any number of things all at the same time.
We have some news, actually, on the investigation into the hijackers, and this might be a place to fit it in. A round of applause here for the president, who is addressing, or about to address, waving the flag there, the gathered rescue workers, iron workers, who are chanting USA.
You can hear the chant that continues as the president climbs down off the rubble, grabbing a small American flag and waving it in the air. This crowd here clearly is loving it. It's an amazing scene, and as the back, everyone will be
Well, we hear a voice.
Bob Jameson on a cell phone, it sounds like.
Oh, if it is Bob Jameson on a cell phone? And if he has a better vantage point than ours, Bob Jameson, can you hear me? Bob Jameson, can you hear me?
It is not me on the cell phone. It is not me on the cell phone.
Okay, Bob, thanks very much. And I gather you can't see much more than we can, right?
No, I cannot, Peter. I'm sorry.
Okay. Many thanks. Appreciate you being there all this time. But there was a brief chant of USA, 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 a reflection of the other side of the spirit there among these relief workers, and we've lost the president.
He was addressing them with a bullhorn that he had in his hand. Obviously, we were too far to hear what he was saying.
The news, John.
The news on the hijackers are investigators, federal investigators, have been digging deeper into their background and have learned that 2 of the hijackers, and this is rather startling, were Saudi military pilots who indeed attended a U.S. Air Force exchange program. One of them attended the air. Oh, now we're on the ground here. Might hold this up. This is a videotape from moments ago.
Is it silent videotape, or do we have sound from this? Okay.
Senator Schumer in the foreground, and Congressman Nadler, the large fellow who was in the left of that group.
All right. Gary Nadler from New York City. Yeah, this is just simply pull video coming in, and that was as much as there was on that videotape. And these pull feeds will come in every so often, and we will insert them as they come in. Go ahead, John, try to get this in.
Sure. The 2 pilots, 2 of the hijackers were former Saudi military pilots who, interestingly, attended the U.S. Air Force exchange. One attended the Air War College, which teaches foreign pilots from foreign military organizations strategy and advanced strategy in air wars. That's at Maxwell Air Force Base. The other attended the Air Force Language School at Lackland Air Force Base, where foreign pilots, as part of the exchange program, generally study English and then go on to other courses to learn other things. But in the context that these were hijackers who allegedly slammed planes into the World Trade Center, and ironically in this case the symbol of the U.S. military's presence, the Pentagon, the idea that they would have not only had a military flying background but have been trained not to fly, but in a training program run by the U.S. Air Force is startling.
Well, it's startling in retrospect, but of course, there, as we learned from talking to the people around the flying schools down there are hundreds of people in those programs all the time, and in the programs throughout the country. If many of these are in fact American citizens, I'm not sure they are, any of them. Do we know that any of them also have American credentials, if that's the word, under these circumstances?
No, most of them have a visa status next to their name, although we've learned that they've developed this information about 2 of them, we haven't learned which 2.
Okay. Terry Moran, our White House correspondent.
Peter, it's very interesting listening to John's reporting because it squares with something we're hearing here. When national security officials and the president himself have talked about building this coalition against terrorism, one of the things they talk about doing is having much closer intelligence gathering cooperation among the nations. But one government official has said that that is complicated because, as this official said, bin Laden has assets too, raising the possibility that in a lot of the countries where the United States is going to want to cooperate either through intelligence or military channels, Osama bin Laden has already been there and recruited.
There is a history of that.
Information coming in often means information going out.
I mean, we learned in the embassy bombing case from the trial that bin Laden had recruited an Egyptian army officer who was then transferred to the U.S. Army, where he served as a sergeant, as a clerk in the Special Forces at Fort Bragg, which puts him in one of the most sensitive areas. He didn't have one of the most sensitive jobs, but he was certainly in one of the most sensitive areas of the U.S. military. Bin Laden also has engaged people with military flying experience and had them purchase and use surplus aircraft. So I think that the White House concern about intelligence exchange is not far-fetched in that regard.
One of the things that we wanted very much to talk about today, and this is it seems to be a very appropriate time to talk about it, as we watch the president here and we think about the impact of all this, is this whole issue of balancing security and and personal freedom. And we're really delighted to be joined by several people at the moment who I hope will also put up with the circumstances of watching the president as we talk. They are Warren Rudman, former Senator Warren Rudman, who is the co-chairman of the U.S. Commission on National Security. Senator Rudman, you warned in April that we weren't sufficiently prepared for a homeland terrorist attack. That is clearly something we want to talk about. We're also joined by Andrew Young, the co-chairman of the U.S. Chairman on National Security and the former mayor of Atlanta. Heard him mentioned today during the national service, and he is in Atlanta, interestingly enough, with his back to Centennial Olympic Park, another place in the United States where violence has been committed. By Kyle Olson, an ABC News consultant on biological and chemical weapons, and by Floyd Abrams, a partner in Cahill, Gordon, and Reindel, one of the best-known First Amendment attorneys in the country. It's obvious, I think, now to start with Mr. Rudman and Mr. Young. There's the question, sir. How easy, how dangerous is it for the country's political and legal freedoms to be protected in the passion to find the enemy and attack him? Senator Rudman?
Well, Peter, thank you. It was something we paid a great deal of attention to. First, we did find in a 3.5-year study that the threat of terrorism against the United States homeland was, we consider, the #1 threat to the country. We said in that report that Americans would die on American soil in large numbers. Unfortunately, it came true only much earlier than I think anyone expected.
Why did you conclude that, Senator?
After traveling around the world to many foreign capitals, meeting with foreign leaders, intelligence leaders, talking to all of the experts in the U.S. government, many academics, we concluded that the real threat to America was not a threat certainly from a foreign country. The threat was from non-governmental or governmental-sponsored terrorism directed against the United States, because it is the only way they can retaliate against a country that many of them have deep hatred for. They certainly cannot beat us conventionally. This is the only avenue open to them, and a deadly avenue indeed it is. But to answer your question, I believe very strongly that we can respond, we can prevent, we can protect without infringing on American civil liberties. Now, we may infringe on our convenience and our way of life, but that is not the same of infringing on our civil liberties and our freedoms.
Let me ask a slightly related question to the former mayor of Atlanta, among other things, Andrew Young. It's very nice to see you again, sir. When you concluded in the commission report that the country was not sufficiently prepared for a homeland terrorist attack, who did you come home and tell?
Thank you.
Mr. Young, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now, but it went out and just came back on.
Okay, let me just ask you, first of all, tell you it's nice to have you, and ask you this. When you concluded, as a result of your commission, that the country was not sufficiently prepared for an attack on the homeland, what did you do about it after that?
Well, actually, we held a press conference. We published a 5-volume report in 3 different sections. We met with the Department of Defense. I think Senator Rudman and Senator Hart did a magnificent job of trying to get this report understood, and particularly General Chuck Boyd. The problem was, and it was a problem that I had, I didn't want to hear it. I didn't want to believe it. It was trying to get people to think the unthinkable. The kind of thing that we've witnessed the last few days is unthinkable. It's a horror that nobody wants to face. But we also talked about the possibility of biological warfare and disruptions of the whole cyber systems of our country. These are things that we're not quite prepared for. It's easier in a modern society to disrupt things than it is to protect them. And so we've been defending the country for the last 40 years on a theory of mutually assured destruction. Now, when we were doing that with the Russians, we could destroy them if they tried to destroy us. Now the thing is unbalanced. You've got a small group of people who, first of all, don't mind being destroyed, who feel like they have nothing to lose, and we are trying to defend ourselves against them.
Did you conclude, Mayor Young, did you conclude, or Ambassador Young is probably a good thing to say, also Ambassador to the United Nations. How do you like to be addressed these days, sir?
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Andy's good enough. Go ahead.
I know that under normal circumstances I might call you that, but this is not one of them. I'm going to call you Ambassador Young, if I may.
Fine.
After you concluded this report, and you now see what has happened to the country today, let me ask you this first and then Warren Rudman second. Do you believe there were recommendations in your commission report that, had they been followed, might have prevented this?
No, I think that they were probably being followed to some extent. The recommendations called for a complete restructuring of our immigration services and customs, FEMA, all of those things, everything we recommended took some time. There was no quick fix that any administration could have accomplished in 6 months. And really, that's what we're talking about now. The Bush administration is probably, though it was elected in January, sworn in January, the time of which they have had appointments. It's been hardly 6 months, and none of the kinds of changes that we advocated could have been accomplished in 6 months.
Let me now go back.
There may have been some things we could have done.
Let me go back to Senator Rudman and ask you precisely that question. Were there things in which resulted from your study that were in the commission you think could have been done? I'm not into second guessing here. I'm trying to get you to lead us down the road of what was necessary, what is necessary, and what will be necessary.
Well, first, Peter, let me just address, to put a predicate under your question, the question you asked Andy Young. We briefed the Congress. We testified numerous times on the Hill. Andy joined us for some of that testimony. There is legislation pending in a number of areas. We briefed the Bush administration, both at the White House and at the Defense Department. Their position has been that they have given that to the Vice President and a task force that he is running to act on it sometime this fall, so that you can't say that people in the government did not pay attention. Frankly, if I may say so, the press didn't pay enough attention.
Often happens, sir, as you know.
And when you read the chilling language in that report that says we predict that Americans will die on American soil in large numbers, you would have thought it would have got more attention. It didn't. Be that as it may, nothing that we recommended, and we recommended areas in intelligence, in homeland protection, in defense reorganization, in the National Guard being trained to respond to these kind of disasters. None of it could have happened in time to prevent this, but hopefully it now will happen.
Having said what you said, I take your point about the 6 months, and I certainly take to heart your remarks about the press, though we indeed give it some coverage, I have to tell you that. However, are there recommendations in your report which you now believe not only should be instituted from your point of view, but will be instituted on the basis and accelerated on the basis of what we've gone through in the last several days?
Oh, I absolutely do, and let me tell you what they are. The responsibility for responding to this kind of an event is currently spread amongst about 41 United States agencies within cabinet departments. There has to be a good deal of consolidation. Somebody has to be in charge. Secondly, our recommendations in the intelligence area I know will be implemented. And finally, let me simply say that in New York, you've had a very unique situation. I mean, I have been just so impressed with Mayor Giuliani, Governor Pataki, but even more than that, you have massive resources in New York to deal with this kind of thing. If this happened in most places in this country, they do not have the resources. And let me finally say this. And I hate to say it, but, you know, I'm going to say it. Andy Young said we don't like to think about these things. This was a weapon of mass disruption, which we spoke about. In many ways, the bringing into America a small nuclear device or a biological device to attack a metropolitan urban area would be easier than what these people were able to accomplish with their airplanes. And we just have to start concentrating on how to deal with those things, because this is a very shadowy, spongy target that's very difficult to identify.
Well, that's that is certainly food for thought. And I'm going to beg all of your indulgence for a second, particularly you, Mr. Abrams, because we haven't got there yet. But it's coming up within seconds at 5 o'clock Eastern Time, which means that we need to reset our broadcast and enable some stations to begin covering their local news and to welcome some stations around the country who may have been doing other things this afternoon. So if you gentlemen will tolerate us for just a moment, we'll go away and make an appropriate break and then begin again as a part of this continuation of a special report immediately. As I said, we are going to pause for a few seconds to let some stations break away for local news, and we will continue.